good morning and welcome to EUROCONTROL. May I ask all of you to come in? We want to have a photo shoot. We're going to stand in half a semicircle over there. So if you want to come closer to this side and make a semicircle, please, that would be good. Immediately after the photo shoot, we'll start the meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to take a seat, we're going to kick off in 1 minute and 45 seconds. Thank you. Billy, do you want to take a seat? We'll kick it off. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting of European Network of Use-Based Stakeholders, which is being hosted here at EUROCONTROL headquarters in Brussels. Despite the rainy weather outside, I see and I feel a lot of warmth inside the room, and I'm delighted to see you all. It's our first meeting of 2025, so welcome to all of you. I'd also like to welcome the people who are watching us online as we are live streaming this event itself. For those of you who are joining us the first time, just a very quick introduction to who we are and why we exist. We are a stakeholder network authorized by the European Commission DG Move, kicked off in October 2018. And we run this network together with DG Move and ourselves at EUROCONTROL as our joint undertaking, EASA and the European Defence Agency. That's the steering group itself. So on behalf of EUROCONTROL, I welcome you all very much. I think before we go any further, we have to go through an emergency video. With my colleagues and also along with other steering group members to act as the secretary of this group, and we co-chair this group along with our member associations. So a few words about what we're going to do today. Our mission in life, as authorized by the European Commission DG Move, is to share use-based lessons learned. That's why we exist. As we go through step by step through use-based definition, implementation, we want to learn from each other so those who are one step behind do not fall in the same pitfalls as those who have already moved forward. So we want to learn from each other. And that really is the spirit of what we do, why we do. And therefore, this meeting, we intend to keep this meeting as informal as we can, because we're here to learn. And we're here to listen to each other, and we're here to openly share. So with that spirit, I'd very much like you all to be as interactive as you possibly can, please. Now, the focus today, and we select topics for each meeting based on the feedback you provide to us. We listen to you, you send us emails and provide feedback in person as well. And we're running this day today, we split it in two parts. First part is to do with the two panels or workshops that we are running, one of which is on the impact of weather on use space. Now, the whole topic of weather has not really been discussed a lot and also even researched a lot, but it is important. And that's why, based on the feedback that you gave us, we want to bring that discussion, and we have some experts with us today. That'll be our first workshop. The second one after lunch is where we want to share with you some good stories and success stories from particularly one industry in the European Union, and that's the port industry. We have members from Antwerp, Rotterdam and Hamburg, and they're here to share their stories. And please keep that discussions with them open, because they will highlight what problems they'd encountered and how they address them, but they will also highlight some of the things that you can benefit from. We will then have three presentations after, of course, an introduction from Christine Berg. We will have a presentation from the Belgian CAA, and we will learn about the status of use-based implementation. So Michelle will highlight that to us. We will then have later on in the afternoon a presentation from the European Defence Agency, and that's related to a study that they've done on USSP for drone operations in the military. We are learning more and more about the role of use space in military, and based on the EU Strategy 2.0, where the European Commission has advised us to bring civilian and military sectors together. This presentation goes in that step to learn from civilian side and also from the military side. And last but not least, thanks to Gutmar and PwC, they have done a survey and created a readiness index of UTM, global UTM ecosystem implementation. And we will, towards the end of this day, get a brief overview of what that readiness index looks like. And I'm sure there'll be lots of opportunities for questions. Now, you got the agenda, so you've already seen it, but we will kick it off in the order as you see over there. There'll be an opportunity during the workshop Q&As for you to ask your questions, and there will also be opportunities in the general plenary. Many organizations are members of this network. Today, we have more than 600 individual members from about 375 organizations across Europe. And I'm really happy that you find it useful to be associated with this network, because we are here because of you. We're here to share lessons learned with you. Now, in terms of our spread of who's and which countries are here, I hope you can see the screen close to you, because the one on the wall might be a bit too far. We have a very good spread of countries represented in our network. And we also have a very good spread of the various operational stakeholders and academia and the regulators and the service providers who are part of our network as well. And that continuously keeps going up and up. We're very proud of that one. Today, as you can see, this meeting is being attended physically by, again, quite a big spread of people coming from different countries. Not to say, and we don't know the people who are joining us virtually, but I can imagine they're not just joining us from Belgium or in the vicinity, but across Europe. Now, throughout the course of today, you will have many questions. May I ask you all to take a picture of this QR code? This will take you to a Slido on your iPhone, and you can use that to register your questions. The only one limitation we have with Slido, it's a wonderful, wonderful tool. The only limitation is it will only take 100 people. So you know what to do. We have 170 people registered. I don't think they're all here yet. Some of them are running late. But if you want to be in there, you can log into it. What you can do to help others is the following. Once you've asked the question, you may want to come out of Slido, therefore releasing that one seat for somebody else, but you can always come back in there, no problem. And if you can't get through your question through Slido, there's the good old way of doing it. Just raise a hand. We want to listen to you. We're here to listen to you. Okay. So I think with that in mind, what I'd like to do is to first invite on stage Christine Berg. Christine is the head of aviation safety from European Commission DG Move, and she has taken over from Joachim Lücking, who used to come to this meeting. So may I ask Christine to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Munish, and good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to say to our online participants, don't get misled by seeing somebody at this place here and an empty room behind. The room is full. As you said, there is 170 registrations. Secondly, yes, I've taken over from Joachim, with whom you have worked since the existence of this network. Actually, he was the one behind the idea to create it, I think. And other than saying hello on his behalf, once again, I would like to also let you know that aviation and U-Space and drones is not new to me, because for the past 6 years, I have been dealing with the single European sky. And in that capacity, I have been dealing with ATM, and I have been also helping to create initially the drones regulatory framework, for which we had to change also regulations like on common requirements for air navigation service providers or on SARA. And we have been very closely working with Joachim and EASA and all the teams around to create that framework, which has created the space for you to operate. And we have also created, when it comes, because for the Single European Sky, I've also been for the Commission, the economic regulator of the air navigation service providers. And we have been negotiating for many years a reform of the Single European Sky. And that reform finally carves out also on the economic price or fee regulation side what ANSPs can charge for the data they have to make available. So not new to the sector, but I'm very happy to see many new faces. I see familiar faces in this building, but it's very nice to see new faces representing a sector which we all hope will grow and will flourish. So that is very good. And actually, as you have mentioned, Munish, and a look at the program shows me that the port industry is here as a good example for a service area where things are flourishing. And there, in my long commission career, I should also say, I have also been dealing with maritime safety before joining aviation, and I know the ports community quite well, as some other colleagues from my team. And we have been witnessing the first steps of using drones in the ports, which is an important logistical factor. And on my regulatory career, I have been helping the European Maritime Safety Agency to get equipped with drones, the piloted one, so the RPAS, in order to use them for a multiple purpose activity, environmental controls, immigration controls, surveillance activities, etc. So the sector is promising, and I think you can be assured that also in the second mandate of Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, we will remain very much aware of your contribution to European competitiveness, strategic autonomy, and also despite the fact that here you have predominantly the civil community, but it's good that EDA is also with us. Also when it comes to defense, drones are playing a more and more important role. And I think the sad war on Ukraine has unfortunately demonstrated that, but that is also a stark reminder that in terms of our own resilience, we have to make sure that the sector is progressing. Now, having said that, in terms of resilience and strategic autonomy, it's also important that the sector respects a few principles that we have to uphold and that have been also incorporated in a number of policy and legal domains recently. And one of the important acts that have been passed under the von der Leyen I mandate was the Artificial Intelligence Act. We tend to use pieces of legislation acts. In reality, it's like a regulation. And that has given also our friends from the European Aviation Safety Agency and us an important task, namely to see how into the aviation world, and this includes ultimately also EUROSpace, artificial intelligence can be incorporated so that it respects a few principles, and that work will also keep us busy and will also affect you over the next years. And we are looking forward also to use you as a bit of a sounding board when it comes to the to finding pragmatic solutions which are keeping things safe and resilient, but which at the same time are enabling growth and are giving also the European industry a bit of a competitive advantage in the world. So all in all, the group is important. We consider you important. Munish, you said it. Learning is an important element. We are seen by many as bureaucrats, but in reality, we want to make sure that we have our reality checks built in our work, that we are in touch with the ones concerned, and that we find pragmatic solutions which are good for you. And that, for instance, is a reason why all of my team working on this topic are here with you today. And these are 3 people for the whole day. So I myself personally will not be able to stay for the whole day, but for a good hour. And I'm sure I'll get a good feedback from the colleagues who will stay with you from the whole day. And maybe if our streaming is available online afterwards, then I click in not to listen to myself, but to hear a few experiences from you. So thank you very much and have a good day. And I do look forward, hopefully in the coming years, to be able to engage personally with the one or the other from you. Have an excellent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thanks for your words. And the key thing that we must continue, and the momentum needs to carry on a path that was set out by the Commission, and we move forward. So let's move on to our first workshop for the day. And this workshop is the impact of weather on new space. It's going to be moderated by my colleague from EUROCONTROL, Andrew Haitley, and Andrew's team is sitting right next to him. So Andrew, if I give the floor to you, please.
So this workshop's been a long time in the gestation. I think we've been talking about this for more than a year, talking to Billy and others in the room about the weather service. So many of you will have observed in the EUSpace regulatory framework, there's a weather information service, and nobody's yet implemented it. So what we wanted to do was to have an interaction with you about what that service should do, what it's for, and hopefully at the end of these 2 hours, we'll have a better idea about what it is, and so will you, so we can maybe find an opportunity to implement it. So we have a good lineup of speakers today. I'm going to introduce the speakers. We're then going to talk about why weather is interesting in UTM, in aviation in general, but in EUSpace. Then we're going to talk about what a weather service could deliver. And then we're going to talk about how that delivery could be achieved. We'll then go to an interactive question and answer session, and then we will conclude. So that's 2 busy hours. We'll get going. So who's on today? Christoph Schlettig was the test engineer on the the Solar Impulse vehicle, and he went on to found Unisphere, which has become one of EUSpace's weather service providers. Don Birchoff has been 40 years in aviation and weather. John was originally in the US Air Force as a meteorologist. He rose through various positions in the Air Force, becoming in the end a base commander in an air base which was set up in Kyrgyzstan. Don subsequently went on to be the Director of Science and Technology for the US Weather Service, and he has played a key role in the development of next-gen weather concept of operations and the production of an ASTM standard for weather standard specification. Fernando is the head of strategy at Vaisala, which is a Finnish company which is a global leader in the measurement instruments for weather. Simon is the Common Information Services Manager at SKIES, the Belgian ANSP and CISP, and also has an interest in UTM. And Stefan is EASA's Project Manager for EUSpace and is responsible for the EUSpace regulatory framework, both its development, amendment, coordination, and implementation. Stefan is an aviation enthusiast with a background in avionics software engineering and cybersecurity. So we're going to start with the why, and I'm going to introduce Don, who's going to give an overview. We'll then go to Fernando, Christoph, Simon, and Stefan, and I'm going to ask them to come up to speak. But then in the later sessions, if they want to, they can stay where they're sitting. Okay, so your button is here.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. You know, I know how deliberative this body is. I have a lot of respect for it. I've been in aviation weather for 40 years. I have a love for it. I have a love for aviation and weather and logistics. And my main focus throughout my career has been on how to optimize weather information, not only for safety and risk management, but also for asset use and for optimization. Most people don't really think about the second one, because weather is just a checklist item on your flight preparation, something I have to just do so I can fly. And we've become very, I would say, relaxed about that in some ways. We've gotten used to the system we have, not the system we could have. And today we're going to hopefully talk about and educate about what's possible and what actually the current weather services mean and what they can mean in the future for this industry. So I want to start with first that the aviation weather system is secure today. Happy to report. It's secure, it's reliable, and it's trusted. Why is that important? Well, it's important to maintain the standard, because as we move to beyond visual line of sight operations, the importance of a system that's trusted, reliable, and secure does not change. Unless, of course, you're going to diminish your standard. And unfortunately, I've been hearing a lot of talk about weather is something that is just a nice to have, it's a supplemental. But unfortunately, weather is paramount to safe operations. Weather is a risk, and weather is a hazard. Weather data could be hacked, it could be spoofed, and once you allow untrusted data into any beyond visual line of sight operation, you have compromised the safety of the operation. And we'll all own that. We will all own that. Weather data coming from any source must be trusted in aviation. The app you use on your phone is not trusted. There is nobody validating that and checking that against any system of standard. There isn't. Outside of aviation, weather is the most unregulated. It's really unregulated. Anyone could do anything to add a weather service to an app, and nobody's going to question it. How many people here are helicopter pilots or have been helicopter pilots? Raise your hand. There's a one has been. Put your hand up. All right. How many people here have actually operated a Predator, a Reaper, or a Global Hawk large UAV in military or national defense? Okay. Just so I got two people, right, that have experience on those two vehicles in this room, correct? Do I have that correct? I'm going to be a prosecutor. Do I have that correct? Okay. Objection. No. So why is this important? Because everyone that's not a pilot or hasn't been in a helicopter or hasn't flown a UAV at distance has no idea about the true risks of weather. We all get stories, we all hear things, but I always encourage you to talk to a helicopter pilot who has tried to fly a medevac mission, has been called to do that, and they have to decide what the weather is at the heliport with just a windsock, but they're not there. They're not at the heliport. They're somewhere else. They have no idea of the ceiling, the visibility. They don't know if it's IFR. So the uncertainty is just amazing in that decision. And sometimes they don't take the mission when they can because they don't know with certainty that they can get to that heliport. That happens every day in aviation. Every day, 30% of manned crewed aviation that canceled or delays due to weather could have flown. You pay for that in your airline tickets. Everybody's worried about the economics of this industry, and yet we don't even understand the economics of weather that impact this industry. And we haven't even gotten off the ground yet. So I want you to think about all that today as we're talking about this, because hopefully this was something that you hadn't thought about before, and we can now include in our thinking about this. So even though weather affects every aspect of the flight, it's the least understood of all aspects of U-Space and what you guys have been debating. It's the least understood. Everyone thinks they know the weather because they live in it. Should I tell my story about the umbrella? Okay. So Andrew, yesterday we were going to meet, and then we we're going to go to dinner downtown. And I had been outside about an hour before we were going to leave the hotel at the Residence Inn. And I went outside, and it had been raining all day. As a good meteorologist, I knew that because my head was getting wet, right? So, and I went outside and I looked, oh, the cold front came through. Stratocu cloud in the distance. Winds are coming in fresh out of the northwest. We're done with the rain. And I went back upstairs and I dressed for my journey. I came downstairs and Andrew looked at me and said, "Are you sure you're okay dressed? It's going to rain tonight." And I said, "Well, Andrew, no, it's not going to rain." But I hadn't looked at the forecast. I based that on my intuition, my heuristics, my 40 years of doing this as a meteorologist. And I felt like that front came through. I had no idea what the forecast was. And he said, "Well, the forecast says it's going to rain." And I said, and I didn't have time to argue. I didn't want to insult Andrew. He's such a great guy. He's so smart. And I said, "Okay." So he says, "Let's get an umbrella." I said, "Okay, get an umbrella." So we take the umbrella. I looked at him and I said, "So I have to carry the umbrella for your forecast? I just want to make sure I understand that." And of course, you know, "I'll take it." And he walked with the umbrella, right? And we got down to the train station. And he said, I said to him, "Okay, Andrew, now that we're here at the train station, could you tell me where you got your weather forecast?" And he said, "Some Norwegian thing." I go, "Norwegian thing? Could you give me more clarity on that?" And he opened up his app, which there's 1,000 apps. You don't know where the data is coming from. You don't know who's doing it. You don't know how good and secure that data is. You don't know what's going on, right? But we all believe what we see on the internet, right? I mean, it's because it has to be right. And he opened it up and I said, "So it said it was going to rain." Before he opened the forecast, he said, "Yeah, it said it was going to rain. I checked it an hour ago and it said it was going to rain tonight." He opened it up and there was no rain in the forecast. And he looked at me and I said, "You see, that's why you really have to have a weatherman." I'm just going to tell you that happens every day. That's based on models. Models are models. We have a limitation in weather data that we collect below 5,000 feet. Do you know that the only place we collect the ceiling height and the visibility is at an airfield? Do you know that all day, the only place we get below 5,000 feet, a wind observation above the ground, is for 2 balloon launches a day? Do you have a balloon launch in Belgium? I'm not even sure. You do, you have one, right? 2 a day to measure the atmosphere, and they, oh, that's what the winds are. And then we have airplanes that land at airports and they collect weather data on approach, but 98% of the country doesn't get weather data. And then we take that minimum amount of data and we run a weather model. And that's why we have uncertainty. We've been able to live like that. So we're going to talk about that later. But I just hope that, you know, this helps you recognize what the state of the weather is, what you're using today, how it doesn't fit everything you guys are deliberative about regulation. It's totally the opposite on risk management, because we're not using proper risk management for weather right now. And I just think that's an important point. So the discussion today should be about safety and risk, not impressions of weather apps. It shouldn't even be about who pays or the cost, because a requirement is a requirement. We worry about, first you understand what the problem is, then you worry about how to solve it, then you worry about whether or not you can afford it. You don't start an argument about risk and requirements based on what you can afford. You start it with understanding the problem. By the way, this is all solvable. It's all solvable with properly informed regulations and a systems of means of compliance and processes and systems. And really, it's something that, if you think about the economics of weather and people saying they want to keep their costs down, the question isn't, if I have to buy a weather service, is that going to make me pay more money? The question is, if I have a good weather service, will I actually save money and be safer? That's the question. So I'll leave it with that. I just want to go real quick that, I think I summarized this. The traditional weather aviation systems, they were not built for drones. They were not built for remotely piloted vehicles or automated or autonomous vehicles. It wasn't built for that. It was built for a human pilot on the aircraft. All right, that's number one. Number two is, I talked about the 30%. It's true. Actually, it's closer to 40, but I don't like to use that because people won't believe me. Number three is, there's no human pilot on the aircraft. That's the best weather sensor we've ever had. How many times does the pilot, helicopter pilot or UAV pilot, have to get out of a situation that was not known? And number four is, well, more importantly, it's unknowable. The actual weather conditions at below 5,000 feet are unknowable in our current digital automated systems. So the pilot is really what we depend on for heuristics. They're who we depend on to get out of a situation that is unknowable. And lastly, reducing weather uncertainty. Weather uncertainty reduces your revenue, and it will increase your operating costs. So thank you for the time.
This umbrella is going to live on. So Fernando is now going to introduce some information about the variety of weather.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm afraid that I may repeat a few things that Don said, because I think we are from the same mindset and we understand the problem as well. I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation to EUROCONTROL. Just a word about Vaisala. I hope that many of you have heard about this company before. We've been in the market for more than 90 years, and we are working with more than 150 mate agencies at country level around the world. We started our aviation business more than 50 years ago, together with the industry, and more than 2,500 large airports around the world are having Vaisala systems on the ground for safety and for efficiency. And over the last 5 years, we have been working with private and public organizations, research institutes, universities, also with work groups as CESAR3 joint undertaking. And we have learned a lot in the last 5 years together with our stakeholders and partners. And we want to bring here a couple of thoughts to discuss later in the workshop. First comment, not different from what Don said. We understand very well that the weather phenomena affects any kind of flight, naturally. Yes, come in. Affects any kind of flight, but we have learned that traditional aviation face different challenges that what advanced air mobility will face and is facing today at demonstration scale or pilot scale. And if we just summarize at high level, what are the parameters or the phenomena that affect this industry, you will see the long list there on the green box. They're not very different from natural or traditional aviation, obviously, but the priorities are very different. And it's not a matter of just let's measure everything so we are covered, because there is an aspect towards data quality, data availability, and data resolution. And resolution not only on space, but also on time. The ultra-local weather data needs to be taken into account for safety, but also importantly for efficiency and eventually for economics. I mentioned the large airports around the world. I mean, they can afford these complex equipments and have a meteorologist on site all the time to secure safety and efficiency. They not only can afford it, but they must afford it. And that's embedded in the cost of the operation for the users and the passengers. The challenge with advanced air mobility, the infrastructure will be smaller, will be located into more complex environments from topology and topography of a city space, but also from around built infrastructure. So the complexity is higher, but the affordability must be there as well. And they cannot afford the equipment that an international airport can. Fortunately, there are solutions in the market that can enable that. But to wrap up the first section, the humble suggestion from my side is that regulation needs to be aware of this data quality, data availability, and data resolution, which is different from traditional aviation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. So Stefan's going to come up. He's going to talk a little bit about the regulation, and then we'll go to Christoph. Okay.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm taking the risk to repeat the obvious because everything has been said. And you have the regulation. So you should know what we are expecting from a EUROSpace perspective. I may stop there. No. So no, I have many things to say on top because yes, we all know that weather information and weather conditions or environment conditions are a safety factor, safety contributors in all aviation operation, starting from model aircraft to paragliders to etc. up to the big boys in large aircraft. So if we are looking from a drone perspective, we are dealing with various types of machines. We are as much as exposed like the other airspace users. So that's for the obvious. Why we have something today in the regulation? Because during the preparatory phase, the risk assessment has been done by the team in 2018, 2019. The services, so the provision of weather information was identified as a mean to increase the safety of the operations in providing better data. As an mistake, we are targeting the operations a bit everywhere, not necessarily in the vicinity of the airports, aerodromes that have already certain type of data, in urban environment, in potential areas with different type of topologies that may have also an influence on the environmental conditions, like winds, for instance, middle of the cities, etc. So there was an intent to bring the operators and primary to the operators, better data in order to take decision on how to plan and execute their operations. The problem, so that's for the why, conceptually. The problem we have today is that nobody is able to characterize precisely what we want to get then. From that conceptual perspective, yes, it should be better to do something. Nobody is able to say, that's the data we need for the level of accuracy, for the level of integrity, to be processed in a certain way by the USSP, for instance. So we are still at that conceptual level. It's why it's still an optional service. And unfortunately, it may remain a long time, to not say indefinitely, if we are not able to moving on as optional. Today, the picture that I can show you, I'm going to make an analogy because we have the conformance monitoring service, which is also optional. But the trend is to request in numerous use per space the conformance monitoring, because we can immediately all together make a bit of thinking and to see the advantage for safety of the conformance monitoring. Nobody is able to make that for the weather information service, and only one of the member states has identified maybe the interest to call that for that services. Why then? Because I think we miss this perspective in terms of operation and safety. So we are not able to justify the clear, strict benefits in terms of safety of the provision of that services. So the member state, through DRA, etc., do not have the tool to say, okay, we believe in that case, in that type of environment, the safety will be better ensured if we provide that type of data. And on the other side of the spectrum, and here that's a bit a regret that I have all the time, I'm here, we are missing the operators. We don't know what type of information clearly the operators need to, again, plan and conduct the operations. So we need to certainly rethink a bit of what we are aiming at with that service, starting with the operational needs, but not only operational needs. If we want to regulate the service, we need to have the safety benefits for that. Then what are the added value in terms of safety? And to look on how and what, and here, I hope that today I will learn a lot. We are looking anyway, conceptually on different things. Why the service could be useful? It's again, it's the planification of the operations. I go to an urban environment. It's good to already know where are certain weird effects in terms of nodes, masking, Venturi effects, this kind of thing. So to know if I am operator, yeah, maybe I will not, I prefer to take another way if I know that I may be exposed to kind of severe effects, and to take decision, for instance, in how I plan my operation and how I request my flight authorization, if I give some use space vision of that. Ultimately, that's really the thing we need to look at, but we are far to have all the building blocks. You can already see a kind of dependency between the provision of data, weather data, and for instance, the flight authorization. And we ask the USSP to do something with those data. Ultimately, what could be very interesting is to have a correlation, for instance, between the performance of the drone, the flight authorization that has been requested by the operator, the environmental conditions that may be faced along the trajectory inside the volume, and to cross-check that to deliver a flight authorization, which say, yes, you can fly there and you can fly safe, considering as well as the weather or the environmental conditions. We have some projects. I saw some demonstration from universities, for instance, and you see the wind, you see the drone, and they can say, for instance, abort the mission because you will not have the autonomy, for instance, to reach your target, these kind of things. And that's very interesting to have things computed all along the execution of the mission, and to have a feedback on the flight authorization. We can say ahead of time, when you activate the flight, don't take off, you will not make it. The problem that we have there is today is not scalable, because what I saw was representative, or it was a piece of a city that has been modeled with one type of drones. So we are far to have all the models we need. We are far to have the algorithm and processing to cross-check all those parameters. And here I come back to what has been said, for instance, by Chris Berg about artificial intelligence. We are working also, meanwhile, we have next meeting, for instance, next week on artificial intelligence. I hope that you will have the first MCGM dealing with the artificial intelligence in next version of the MCGM for the CX4. So you have a rule-making task, the 742. We are addressing on that. So we want to create also a framework that may help you, the community, to better develop such kind of tools in order ultimately to find some benefits and to improve the safety and the interest for safety to provide weather information data in the frame of use space. So for the moment, we are taking information as much as we can. We would like to get the feedback on the member state as well, because they know where they want to have the use space. So here we have Belgium, for instance. I don't know if Anvers we have particularities. Zurich, urban environment, maybe, Benidorm, coastal areas, etc. That will be really interesting to have that. The operators to provide us also their needs and to discuss with the people which are able to say how and what.
Thank you very much. Now I call Christophe, who will give us his experience as a flight test engineer, to talk about the aircraft operators' decision-making process. So that's this, you and us.
Good morning, everyone. You're making my life easy. It's always easy to be the third or fourth one to speak, and everything has been said. I'd like to bring a little bit the perspective of a drone operator, an air taxi operator, maybe just a little bit more about myself. I started with a master degree in aerospace engineering, have been working as a flight test engineer for over 10 years on multiple European aviation projects, and my experience there was aircraft performance. So I have an experience about how weather, how atmospheric conditions affect the performance of an aircraft. Then I had the opportunity to join the Solar Impulse team in Switzerland in 2009. Solar Impulse was the first solar aircraft to fly around the world successfully in 2016 with a wingspan of a jumbo jet, the weight of a mid-sized car, and the electric power of 4 big screwdrivers. And the operating conditions which were posed on that aircraft with these unique conditions are a little bit similar to what we see in the drone and air taxi world. It was new, it was very slow, it was kind of almost short on energy all the time. And this required a completely new approach to flight planning, to trajectories, to flight performance, and also including weather. And then the flight around the world was successful. And we started a company called Unisphere in 2017 in Germany, and we build digital twins of flights. So we start with 4D trajectories, we integrate weather information, we add airspace conditions, we add drone, or in that case, aircraft performance models. And we create data sets which really accurately represent what the drone or the aircraft will experience in flight. And then in the second set, we have algorithms trying to make sense out of that data. Today, we have about 30,000 trajectories per day. We calculate for customer in 4 continents, and we have customers from the vertiports over the drones to the air taxis up into the stratosphere. So that's why I am hopefully bringing a little bit the operator / additional service provider perspective to that entire topic. If you look at the framework of regulations a drone operator has to comply with today to have a BVLOS commercial flight operation outside of use space, we know all the 947 drone regulation, which is kind of the Bible for an operator. And within that regulation, the framework for the SORA, as we all know, is being set for the SAIL 2, SAIL 3 operation, for the OSOs, which include weather, which is predominantly the OSO 8 and OSO 23. On top of that, the operator has to make sure to operate the aircraft within the limits. And the limits in the drone world are given by the 945, that's a typo there, by the 945 regulation, which basically tells the manufacturer how to build the drone and then also to provide the information. Once that is done, the operator is either filing a SORA or he has a look, which is the equivalent in the drone world to an air operator certificate. And the look itself in a way is set up like what you see in the airline world, you OM A, B, C, D. So first you talk about roles and responsibilities, then you talk about the way you operate, normal operations, abnormal, and emergency. You also talk about all these things which are specific to a certain drone. A lot of operators today in the BVLOS world, they operate 3, 4, 5 different types of drone, and they have different weather requirements, and also they have a different susceptibility to weather. Then you have the way they do the flight planning, which is the equivalent to an OMC, and OMD would be the training. And then, since a lot of the information professional drone operators require today are not provided, they build their own experience. So on top of all of that, a lot of them have their own operator limitations, and they even narrow, for example, the envelope of a drone given by the manufacturer. And all of that happens today, and all of that today enables BVLOS operations. And now from an operator point of view, the big question is what's going to happen if use space comes alive and I'm suddenly operating with all of that in use space. Air taxi and drone operations today, they come in contact with weather data at a very early stage. So months before actual flights take place, a professional operator is doing an assessment phase. In the air taxi world, you have a demand modeling. You know how many people want to go from A to B, in which city at which time of the day. But you know your aircraft, you know your limitations, and the operators then start to do business model validations. They have the demand, they impose the weather and the aircraft limits, and they see if I'm actually able to serve that demand. If that is a go-ahead, then they go into the approval phase. And for a drone operator, this means you either file a SORA, where you have to show what you do in terms of flight planning and weather to your actual to the actual scenario you want to operate in, or you have your look, where again all of that is written down. Once this has been approved, you actually start flying. And once you start flying, the professional drone operators, they have built their own tools, or they are using services to give them their drone or operator specific flight planning what they need. And that also includes the weather hazard management. So I give you one example. Maybe you have a drone operator who is doing solar cell inspections. They have a requirement to plan the flights according to a certain sun angle or a certain sun radiation. So they want to get that information out of the weather. Or you have a drone operator doing monitoring, environmental monitoring, and the drone is quite capable, but the sensor has a very, very narrow kind of weather envelope where it works. Or you have your, let's say, drone delivery going from A to B, and then you're most likely interested in how is the wind en route affecting my range. Am I going out with a heavy drone in the headwind? Then I do deliver the cargo and I have an empty drone flying back. How is all the energy calculation being done? So from that point of view, the professional weather, the professional drone and air taxi operators, they have touch points with weather from way beyond or before the actual flights. When we go into that flight phase, I'm not sure if I'm using the right words here according to EUROSpace, but I think the entire idea is kind of similar. What actually happens is like a scheduling. They do 1 or 2 days in advance. They know the demand. For example, we have medical deliveries in Surrey going from the laboratories to the hospital and vice versa. If the weather is bad, at that time they want to search for a different mode of transportation to serve the customer demand. And for that, they use entirely weather model data and weather forecasting. Once that is done and you're at the day of flying, you actually see, let's say, the order coming in, and I have to do a flight in half an hour. That's where they start to identify the route. If it's not given by Zora, that's where they actually allocate payload A to drone B with pilot C, and they get down to a flight level where they actually have tail numbers, and then they do energy simulations. And for that, they again use weather model data because it's still 1 or 2 hours in the future, and maybe they use area observations like a precipitation radar or lightning information. Once that is done, you actually get to the moment of takeoff, and then it's more like a check my flight. You check that again, you actually insert the takeoff time. For that, you use the weather sensors at takeoff time and landing time. You do your flight, and then you have the baseline for your in-flight deviation monitoring. Because you have done the simulation, you have done the flight planning, and in theory, the flight should look like what it has been planned. And now in flight, you're able to do a deviation monitoring. You see how the progress actually is versus how it should have been. And that is all happening today without EUROSpace. And now the question from an operator point of view is, okay, where in that setup is EUROSpace going to take a part? Sorry, I am too fast. Just to summarize that once more, we have BVLOS operations today. They work successfully. They're working to a set of regulations which define the roles and responsibilities. And these roles and responsibilities are closely resembling what we see today in traditional aviation. The weather risks are assessed as good as required, not as good as possible, but they're also being assessed in a way that it is an economical beneficial solution. So if the operator sees that the way he does the flight planning and the weather is not good, they look for additional information. But if they feel that the weather information they have is fine, they like to go with an economical solution. Again, how is this going to change with EUROSpace? And if you remember the slide before, we had the flight planning and then the takeoff decision. And the operator point of view is that the EUROSpace will happen or will start to happen in between these two phases. So as an operator, I'm going to file my flight plan, my U plan, which includes a lot of information, but also the famous 4D trajectory and the energy calculation. I sent it to EUROSpace for a flight authorization service. The EUROSpace then, or the flight authorization service, will check the 4D trajectory for a sanity check. We'll see all the other requests, trying to do a strategic deconfliction, maybe use a weather information service to assess any weather hazards in the EUROSpace, also look at the dynamic airspace configuration and hopefully gives an approval. And then the approval is for the operator the moment that they say, okay, at time X, I'm allowed to take off and fly that in that route. That's a little bit the operator point of view at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christoph. Now, Simon will join us to talk about the airspace view of weather, so what the CISP and the USSP are concerned about. This will complete our why phase, and we will then go to what when Christoph will come back up and tell us a bit more about the information we need.
Good morning, all. First of all, I would like to try and manage some expectations. In the beginning, Munish introduced us all as meteo experts. Too bad I'm the one guy who's not really a meteo expert. But nevertheless, what I would like to bring to you is not a lecture on why it is important, but more just let's fuel the discussion on why. And let's fuel the discussion on how we should approach this as well. So after all, meteo, we all understood it's very important, but how do we want to approach this? From experience that I received, that I got through the years as first a military air traffic controller, now along the trajectory of implementing EUSpace, I would like to say you can have a direct impact of meteo or an indirect impact, and both are equally as important. But for example, when I talk about an indirect impact, I'm looking at EUSpace and controlled airspace and how the meteo observations and predictions for the ATM environment might have an impact on dynamic airspace reconfiguration and indirect on the operation of a drone. So that is one of the elements that up until now is not really discussed, but nevertheless, we should really consider it as a whole. We'll all operate in the same airspace, ATM, UTM. We all have our needs, but we all impact each other. So that's one of the elements that we should not forget neither. Secondly, if we talk about direct impact, once again, we're all looking at certain regulations. We're looking at EUSpace, but what do we want to achieve? What do we want to solve? We have different UIS, big ones, smaller ones, fixed wing, rotary, all with different characteristics. So how do we want to draw up some kind of a framework that fits all? That is something that we need to think about as well. What we can consider, for example, are the minima and maxima that we find in the EUSpace metadata. Those are elements that have a certain safety element to it. There is a reason why to mitigate maybe air risk, ground risk. But as already said by my colleagues in this panel, there is much more to meteo as from a drone operator perspective. But then again, is this to be integrated into EUSpace regulations? Do we need to position it somewhere else? I think the reason why the implementation of this optional non-mandatory service is going rather slow or is more difficult than we might expect is because there are so many elements to this part that are not yet discovered. The things we need to do, to my mind, to get this solved is maybe let's take some steps into the EUSpace operational side. Let's start really fly, let's experience, let's build that knowledge, because why do we have already so many things in place for the ATM? We are flying for years. We're flying for years in a certain framework, whether it is in Europe, in the United States, it doesn't really matter. We are operating and we are experiencing difficulties, and those difficulties push us in a certain direction to learn, to improve, and to set maybe standards. This is something that from a EUSpace perspective, we do not have that at this moment. At this moment, we're still in the sometimes research and development, sometimes trying to figure out what we're doing, trying to figure out how to scale this. So my suggestion would be let's operate, let's start using EUSpace services, and let's learn from each other. A EUSpace service provider from the drone operator, then maybe where can we fit in the need of the CISP to provide something. Let's all build those blocks, let's all put those blocks together and learn from this. And that way we can help EASA improve regulation. EASA can, of course, then help us push us in a certain direction to improve the implementation. And that way this ecosystem can start build itself and sustain itself. So I would say I will stop my discussion on the why, because I really don't want to talk about the why. I just want to get you to think about the why, because by thinking about the why, we're going to discuss and learn from each other.
Thank you very much, Simon. So now we've established the need for weather service. We're going to start to talk about what the weather service can carry. And I'll first introduce Christoph, who will, you want to come back up or you can stay there? It's up to you. Okay, so Christoph will speak from his seat. So we're going to begin to discuss what information could be delivered by the weather service. And after Christoph, we'll go to Don.
So can you hear me speak? I really like that setup. I feel it's like us being here discussing windsocks and umbrellas, and it looks like the United Nations. That's really impressive. Thank you very much. So where do we go? Yeah, I'd like to start a little bit with the lessons learned at Unisphere from being part of the Body project with Simon and all the great people are trying to make EUSpace work in the Benelux countries. And what we have done with Unisphere there, we said, let's just use the current weather information service regulation and try to build a basic weather information service. And we did that, and it actually resembles like a META and a TAF. It doesn't really address today's needs of a EUSpace service provider or the operator. We did it. It was integrated by the EUSpace service provider just to be compliant. But in reality, it doesn't really prove any value. It doesn't really help anyone, and it has no commercialization potential. So from that point of view, we did the basic weather information service, and it became immediately clear that this is not really what is needed for other EUSpace services or for the operator. And then we thought, well, let's try to define it, see if we can do some advanced weather information service. And there, looking back at this EU plan the operator has to file, we ended up with the idea, let's do the weather information along a 4D trajectory. And that actually mirrored a lot of the elements we provide to the operators today in our software stack. This was relevant or more relevant for drone operators, but then again, didn't really fit the needs of a flight authorization service, which is there to identify weather hazards in the entire volume and not just along a route. There's potential to do that, to commercialize that, but in our point of view, not necessarily through a EUSpace, more like direct towards an operator. So what I think is that we have to differentiate a little bit between what is a weather service required to do for other EUSpace services and what should a weather service do for an operator. These are not necessarily the same things. They may have different technological background, they may have different commercialization models, but our impression is that the weather information needs for the flight authorization service is something which goes a little bit along this EUROCONTROL network operating portal. You see the entire European airspace, and one element is weather. Maybe a certain FIR has thunderstorms and the capacity is reduced, and that is okay. That is what a weather information service should look like for a EUSpace service. For the operator, it's more like this 4D trajectory. Can I take off? Is my flight safe? Am I not going out of my limits in terms of wind, in terms of turbulence, in terms of energy? But it's not necessarily the same thing. And our impression is a little bit that we should put more effort in defining what is needed for the flight authorization service and the other EUSpace services, whereas I believe for the operator, what we need to do is clear the questions how we do it. Just a few more points there from our point of view. I think we all agree that a weather information service is essential to support other EUSpace services. For example, the flight authorization service. Making it a service which is mandatory for drone operators may present a challenge because you have to deliver the right product for all their needs. And this would either require a minimum consensus, which is not sufficient in terms of weather information required by an advanced operator. Let's say an air taxi provider may need a lot more information on the wind field than a linear infrastructure inspection at 500 feet flying over the country. Or we build a high quality service which tackles everything, but then it's overkill for a lot of the user and a lot of the applications in EUSpace. We see today that the drone operators, they have data sources, they have software tools, and they strike a good balance between cost and added value. And we are not really sure that there will be an immediate revenue or commercial potential increase for the operator just by calling an airspace a EUSpace. If there is potential in revenue being left there today, the operator would go for a solution. Not just calling it a EUSpace will not create more revenue. We also feel that the entire urban air mobility industry is still at a very early stage, and we need to be able to keep an open mind for the necessary technologies and competition. And if we put one fits all weather information service on top of that, we may restrict market forces and hamper maybe innovation. Last but not least, the urban canyon scenario, flying downtown in Manhattan, flying at half the height of a skyscraper, is a scenario which does not reflect the majority of use-based operations in Europe. So we have to be careful when we design a weather information service for an extreme scenario like this. And I'd like to discuss a little bit, or to see ideas going on if we can set up a matrix of a weather information service for, let's say, different stages of traffic density and different stages of buildings or kind of environmental impacts on the weather. And maybe we find a weather service tier 1, which we can implement today. And maybe in the future, we need a weather service tier 3 or 4, which has a lot more information, but only for specific use spaces. So that is a little bit our view on the world from a weather information point of view.
Don will continue the discussion about what a weather service can deliver.
Okay, well, first, weather is not an engineering problem. It's a science problem. I want to make that clear. You know, the issues here are not the software. It's not the process. It's the quality of the data going into it. Now, we can debate, you know, I would love to see that study, and I'd like to look at how it was determined that operators didn't feel that weather services were needed. But I will tell you what I've learned, and I have $6 million in NASA grants, and I'm out in 2 test ranges, and we're flying operational missions, not research missions. What I'll tell you is that they're canceling 40% of their missions right now. There's 2 drone delivery companies in the United States who are flying operationally BVLOS under waiver. And they came to me and said, we're canceling 40% of our missions. And we know we only should be canceling 20%. And it's because we have to use the METAR, which is 15 miles away. And Don, what could you do to stop us from having to use that METAR? And I said, well, that's why we developed the standard, because we saw this coming. The pilots, you know, the researchers will cherry pick the days they can fly, because you're not going to fly on a bad day in research. I've been out at many of these research, you know, I've supported research. You know how many days they cancel before they fly due to weather? And they're marginal conditions. They could have flown, but they don't, because they want to be so conservative. They don't want to have an accident, which makes sense. But we got to be careful about the research we're using to make these types of conclusions, because it's not operational. It's not operational. It's not day to day where I have to make money. I have to get drone delivery packages out. I'm flying 15, you know, or 20 drone delivery package missions an hour. I got to have time to load those drones up. I've got customers who are calling in and saying, hey, I want that delivery. And then we're calling them and saying, we got to cancel now. It's a disaster for reliability and trust. So I just want to make sure, you know, we're looking at real data when we make these decisions. And I'm be more than happy to be involved in any operational research project in Europe to help bring on the harder questions that need to be answered, and not the cherry-picked nice weather days to fly. So, you know, the elephant in the room, you know, everyone, a lot of people know me, I call the elephant out, right? I do that only because I've been around a long time and I've seen this movie before. Just like the 3rd time I've seen this movie. And what I'm trying to do is help you see the future, not base it on what you see now, because what you see now is not even close to what reality is going to be in a couple of years. The currently approved and trusted weather data, you can talk to any Met service in Europe and they'll tell you we don't have the tools to know what's happening at the micro scale. They want to have the tools. We all want to have the tools. You know, I was a science and technology director at the National Weather Service. I had a $130 million budget a year. My job was to find the best science to get into the National Weather Service operations. Do you know what the percentage of a Met service attention is on aviation? Does anybody want to take a guess? About 10%. Do you know that universities do not teach meteorologists aviation weather? There's only 3 or 4 of them in the United States that actually teach aviation meteorology. And I'd also say I'm the only meteorologist on the panel and the atmospheric scientist that understands this. We've survived this long because of the pilots. We've done a great job because of the pilots. So we can't look at where we are. We've got to test and evaluate where we're going, and we got to do it under duress. We got to, any kind of research we do, we want to do like a, you know, let's do 20 drone delivery missions in 2 hours or an hour on a day when the conditions are marginal. Let's watch what happens. Let's watch how decisions are made. Let's watch how conservative they have to be, which they have to be. I'm not even saying they shouldn't be, but watch. And then determine how many more missions they could have flown if they had better data, and what's the economic impact. Now, here's what I'll tell you. Pilots are doing their job. They have to use the best data they have and make the best decision they can, but they're not running the business. And I will guarantee you, when I see it all the time, I get calls all the time, my pilots are canceling, my pilots are canceling. Why are they canceling? I looked at the weather and the weather was fine. Well, they're canceling because they don't know and they're not going to take the risk. But the business owner is frustrated because their business model is not working. And it's happening. I'm telling you, I talk to these drone operators that are flying, trying to make money every day, and they're starting to realize that this is a problem. So this, you know, I just want to make sure that the reality is coming in the room here. And, you know, a guy who used to forecast sea fog at Kunsan Air Base with F-16 pilots and had to call the islands to talk to a homeowner off the island to find out if the fog was out there, because I had no measurements to tell me if the fog was off the coast or not. And I had to know if that fog was out there. And the only way I could do it is I had the Korean call his family on the island because there was no measurements out there. And I could talk about Mecca Hanish someday. Also, it saved my butt one day. I had a call. I talked to the janitor there when we were bringing a drag of F-16s overseas with tankers. And all the alternates went bad because the winds in the UK were 360 at 20 gusts to 40, and they're not supposed to be 360 in the UK. That's why the runways are 290. And I had to call and find an airfield that had a wind direction of 360. I had to have a runway north-south. And I called Macahanish. This was 1987, so I didn't have internet. I had to pull out the flip. I had to get a link, and I had to talk to somebody. And they said, "Nope, weather person's not here yet." Nope. You know, the air traffic's not here yet. Who are you? I'm the janitor. Okay, could you look outside and tell me what the clouds look like to you? Because I knew the winds, but I didn't know what the clouds were. So this is the lack of information I'm talking about here. It happens every day, but we make it work. And this uncertainty costs money and it adds risk. So, you know, only, like I said earlier, only 5% of the aviation business, weather measurements, only 5% are valid. People ask me all the time, how valid is an observation at an airport? How far out? And you know what I say? I say it depends on the weather. The weather doesn't decide to only show up where you have instruments. The weather shows up where it wants to show up. And how many people have been on airfields where half the airfield is 200 feet and a quarter mile and the other half is clear? You know, I almost got thrown off of Kunsan because my observer was observing 7 miles prevailing visibility and they were diverting on the approach end of the runway because they couldn't see the airfield. And he came in and said to me, "If you don't get this straight, you're going to be in a boat at the end of the runway calling the observation in that fog." So you know, this is somebody who understands weather doesn't behave the way you want it to behave. It behaves the way it wants to behave. And when you get above, beyond clouds and visibility, we have less data for winds aloft and icing. Do you know how we measure icing today? Does anybody want to take a guess how we detect icing? Come on, it's an easy question. We fly in it and we go, there's icing. Uh-oh, we better get out of it. That's how we do it, because we don't have any instruments today that can actually know there's icing. We have models that think there's icing, but those models are all been built on very small campaigns because it's hard to get into icing and actually do a test and research on it. So these are the things that we're focusing on right now. The studies here do say that weather is a problem, and you can look at these yourself. This is not just me. These are studies by NCAR, by MIT, and others that talk about where the research gaps are and where the gaps are in observations today. And I would encourage you to look at those. This is an example of a wind LiDAR that we have. It's a vertical LiDAR. By the way, I don't make weather instruments. I'm not interested in selling weather. That's his job. I just like them because they give me information to make things more certain as a meteorologist, right? But this, this was an error rate. This was a 30% error on winds at 80 meters. Now you might say, oh, who cares? 4.16 knots. You know what? Try to run that into your battery power calculations. And if you're flying 50 kilometers, think about what that's going to do. So, you won't crash. You'll just stop and land, and you'll waste money, right? Or you might be crashed. But the point is that we can't, this is not cherry picked. This is what's really happening. We don't have to worry about urban canyons because we have trees and forests and we have terrain. The folks at MANA up in Scotland, talk to them about their weather challenges. I'll leave it there because they don't have enough data. Freezing fog, big problem. How do you know you're going to fly into freezing fog if you don't know the fog is there? How are you going to know that? Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't fly. I'm just asking, how do you know it? You can't know it. It's unknowable unless there happens to be an airport where that is. And then you know it for that airport. So that's kind of, that's where, again, I want to drive the conversation. I'm trying to make sure that you guys get all the information, think of these things differently, because that's going to be really important.
Thank you, Don. Could I call Simon? Tell us a bit more about what can be delivered?
As already said before, when we talk about the what, most of the time when we look at the ATM environment, we only have observation at certain points. But what we actually need, depending, of course, which domain we're talking about, are we talking about preparation and flying, or are we talking about verifying minima and maxima coming out of the ARA activity? Well, it depends. You really need to have, for example, data. What we did, for example, in Berg activities and with the activities in the ARA, at this moment, we are looking at what can be really a negative impact on a drone operation, what can be really typically in Belgium, phenomena. In Belgium, it's quite simple. It's gray all the time with light rain, gray with a lot of rain, or just gray. So we don't have a much of very specific weather phenomena that we can clearly point out to be the big risk. So therefore, within our ARA activity, we did not identify meteorological conditions that we need to follow up or that need to be addressed in a mandatory EUROSpace weather service. But that doesn't mean that we don't need any weather information service, of course. What we have in mind to deliver from a, if one day in an ARA activity, we are considering meteorological conditions, what we came up at this point is to work together with the national weather stations. And they have a certain model where we can, for example, provide observations. But of course, again, point observations. There are only a few airfields in Belgium. Well, observations of those locations can be used in a model to then describe a grid, for example, because a drone operator will not only fly in the vicinity of an airport. Once again, what do we need? We first need to understand what are the needs, and then when we understand the needs, try to address those. Additionally, once we finally understand it, that's again where we come into the process of iterations. Iterations in terms of what we're delivering, iterations in terms of what the legislation is talking about, and standards. So the what here is not something we're going to answer only in this small panel, because it's much bigger, it's much more. And on the what exactly, well, actually, I will never be able to provide you a clear answer on it. I will just be able to instigate some discussion on it.
So now moving on, we're going to talk about how weather information might be delivered. I'm going to start with Fernando, who's going to talk about what can be measured. And we will then go to Don, who will talk about how those measurements can be used to create forecasts. Then we will be talking with Christoph, who will talk a little bit about some practical aspects. And finally, Stefan will tell us about certification.
Thank you. Yeah, Vaisala is an observation weather company. We have our own models that are running for specific industries, but I will focus on the observation, which is in our DNA, and it's creating the data quality and data availability we think is needed for this new industry. Maybe resonating what Simon said is that, yeah, what is the solution then? How do we make it work? Well, the answer, as most issues in life, it depends. It depends on many factors. This is just a simplification of a guidance or you know, a mental guidance to what could be delivered and how. Is that it depends on the environmental complexity. You see the vertical axis on the matrix, and by that we mean it depends on the nearby built infrastructure, the terrain, so topography, orography of the area, and also on the traffic density, something that Christoph mentioned before. Where is the clear cut between moving to low to high? Again, it's very arguable. We have data, and there are many white papers in the world from research institutions and universities that recommend what those thresholds should be. We can discuss more that separately if anybody's interested. But to make it simple here, you see the arrows there and the bars. That's trying to exemplify that the easier the operating environment it is in terms of environmental complexity and traffic density, the lower the need for data availability and data refreshment and data resolution. When also goes the same for sensors. Many of you may recognize some of the sensors on the screen. That's not fully relevant to this discussion. But the point here is that point measurement sensors, like you see in the green square, are more affordable. They are very, very far from what an AWOS system is in an international airport, naturally. I believe this is the kind of data that can be afforded by vertiports and by operators to have safety and efficient operations. The higher the density of flight, let's say more than a flight per hour, we could potentially agree, which is when you move to the right-hand side of the picture, and also in the complexity area, you see different types of equipment there that monitor, for example, remotely the wind conditions overhead up to typically 400 meters, even beyond. And also the vertical equipment you see there helps to detect remotely the ceiling of the cloud, the boundary layer, and also the humidity along the column up to many kilometers into the atmosphere. So you could potentially detect remotely present icing risks over your head. And finally, when you move into the red area, which is high frequency of flight, very complex environments like the downtown of a city, for example, there are different equipments and data quality and availability requirements that can detect wind up to 10 to 15 kilometers out in real time, creating a 4D map of the operating area. And for those interested, we thought of sharing with you some recommendations we have learned from our experiments with our partners, especially in CESAR 3 joint undertaking work. When we talk about low risk areas, those are typically, you see at the bottom, the examples of what the areas could be like. I apologize for the slides a bit broken here, but rural areas, remote, away from the city, you know, emergency or alternate landing strips, the requirement should be lower. We recommend the resolution to be 4 observations every 15 minutes should be ideally enough. I mean, don't take this written on hard stone. We would like to hear from other experts in the room about this. In terms of forecast, we believe that an update every 6 hours to every once a day should be enough. But when you go to the higher traffic, highly complex environment area, of course, the frequency of update, so data availability, data quality, and also resolution should be higher. From 1 minute to 5 minutes, we saw from Christoph, operator perspective, you need to make decisions within the minute. So in those cases, the resolution needs to be higher. And then you see, well, all the type of equipment that are available today in the world from many providers, not only Vaisala, but we think these are the type of solutions, customized approaches to depending the typology of the sites in question. Thank you.
Thanks. Now, Don will talk about how that information could be made into useful forecasts.
So this is a really good start to the conversation now. We're looking at the mandatory service doesn't have to have a minimal threshold. The mandatory service could just say, based on your operational risk management, based on your risk-based performance standard, you know, you should try to, get the best weather information you can get available. And, you know, and from an economic perspective, because if you can afford to wait 2 days to fly, you don't need to spend as much money on weather services. You can go for a minimal weather service because you're going to look for severe clear, right? Where there's no doubt that the weather's good. So again, let's try to think about this as a market-based approach that looks at, leave it up to the operator, leave it up to the business owner, because the pilot's great, but the business owner cares about profit, right? And we got to make sure that whatever we decide, it's going to work for the economics as well as the safety. And I think you could do it. All right. So the future of weather, True Weather, I haven't talked about my company, but we saw this problem 7 years ago. We've built a system that we could take Vaisala's sensors, we can deploy those, we can integrate them into our system, API, very simple. We can make that available to others. We have ability to run analytics on that, get that out. We could take new sensors and run analytics. We can get that out. We can then do a short range model if that's something that somebody wants to pay for and get that out. We still believe the human in the loop is going to be important on some days. If you're running a drone delivery company and you're going to shut down operations based on a forecast for 3 hours and it's uncertain, you may want to talk to a meteorologist. You may decide that's worth paying for because it's a cost benefit analysis. So we offer that. We said we're going to have to transform the policies from what they were to what they need to be in order to drive this market-driven force, right? We've done that. We've got a standard now. And we said we had to achieve global harmonization. We're working on that. That's why I'm here right now, right? Because I've been talking up at the ICAO. So the standard has been published, and basically it looks at tiers based on the data that you're receiving from a sensor. So an ASOS, for instance, might be at the highest tier, which is a 3. I know that's counterintuitive. But it doesn't say you can't use a low-cost weather sensor for $400 that's in a field somewhere where there's no other data, as long as you know how certain the data is. So if you know the error rates are higher, you calculate that into your risk management framework. The key is empowering the end user with information so they can make a true risk-based decision, not based on what we think the risk is, right? And then the key is for EUROSpace then to not bring data into their system that hasn't gone through a process by which there has been some quantification of the quality of that data, because you want it to be cyber secure, reliable. It's important. But then the weather company or the WIS needs to then have an SLA with the USS that says, I'm meeting the standard. And that's kind of similar to what we're doing in other areas for data performance standard in the industry. I'm not that smart. I really am not. What happened was I watched what we were doing with UTM in the United States, and I began to realize we're moving to data performance standards. I said, why can't we do that for weather? And my weather guys started fighting with me. Oh, we have to have perfect scientific data. I said, no, we don't. We just have to know how uncertain it is. And that's how we got this through. Now, the last thing I'll say is that current GM does allow for the use of a third-party service provider in the cases where there's no observations in the area they're flying. It does allow for it. And it says that if the USS deems that WISC trusted, they can then decide to include that in their service. Well, the problem is, how do you determine, I don't want the USS to make that determination. The way you determine now is you have a standard. And so what we're doing in the United States is we're working with Drone Up, and we're working with a couple of other companies to say, okay, let's test this concept. All right, so now let's do an SLA. The FAA is going to give a waiver. I said, let's do an SLA and say, okay, we're going to meet this, this, and this. We guarantee that. We're accountable to meeting the standard. They know what they're getting now. And now the system becomes safe. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm not a shyster and I may give them bad data, but the key is you have to have some kind of mechanism for checking, right? Now, in terms of the business model, you have to break this paradigm around government has to do it, because they can't. I know this. I had a $130 million budget. I could not get them to invest in low altitude weather sensors. The United States government didn't have the money. You guys aren't going to have it either at these budgets. It has to be a public-private partnership. And that's what I landed on about 7 years ago. We have to figure out how you work this through public-private partnerships. And you set up infrastructure as a service and weather as a service. And, the business models will work because there are some customers that will pay for data that is very important to their business. But you make sure when you write the mandatory service or standards, you don't slow the process down of us getting there. It could have in the mandatory service, it could just say that, we just have to have a way to validate and verify and quantify that the third-party service provider is providing good data. And then we don't tell the pilot what they have to have minimum. We don't tell, the USS what they have to have minimum. Let the USSs compete. And those that have better weather data are going to win. Because in the end, what's going to happen is the economics are going to drive it. And that's what we really got to do. So, I don't mean to be a troublemaker. I was setting you up for this, right? There is a solution here. And this is what we're working. True Weather is working. We're going to Saudi Arabia next week. I'm going. And we're talking about this new concept of weather infrastructure, public-private partnerships. There's different ways it could work. There's 5 or 6 different models. And I would encourage Europeans to think about how they can leverage that. And just to end it, I'll say that NASA's funded us for 3 test beds over the last 2.5 years. These are operational test beds where we are using some of the instruments that are not certified today by ICAO for weather observations. Why? Because they're too expensive. I love Vysela. I love them, but they had a monopoly for too long, right? So now what we have to do is and when I give them credit, they've come out now with this lower cost sensor packages. And I give you credit. And we're going to work with them, taking them to Saudi with me next week. The key is have weather experts, weather operation experts involved in these studies. Do you know there was no weather person in your SORA and your JARIS? And I've had to beg for 3 years and they're finally letting me in. So my point is there are solutions. And these test beds in Fort Worth, which we're putting up, is going to be a low altitude weather test bed. We're going to test this infrastructure as a service. We're going to have an economist, and we're going to start looking at, what's it really take? What's the cost profile look like, and what's required based on a need? So that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
So we're going to conclude the what section with 2 final inputs. I would invite Christoph to complement what Don has said a little, if you're interested, to say what Unisphere can provide, if you'd like to, Christoph. And then Stefan will talk a little bit about certification. And then we'll go to our Q&A. We've already got some questions on the screen here in front of me, but I'll leave them until we've gone through delivering the what. So, Christoph.
Well, thank you very much again. I think the discussion here on the weather information service is way overdue. We should have had this like years ago. And I think this entire service is running behind a lot of other services we have been discussing. I was actually thinking the last 2 days and reading once more through the Airspace ConOps, which by now is a 1,100 page document. To complement on that, it's comprehensive. And maybe I like to drive the thinking a little bit into a different direction. Airspace and the EU plan, it all starts with this 4D trajectory. And once the trajectory is there, Airspace will do its thing. But who is doing the trajectory? The operator. And when you see the chorus, they always say trajectory is there, but how it's going to be done, nobody knows. And this trajectory is the starting point of the entire Airspace idea. And it includes weather, of course, with all the uncertainties and with all the problems it may bring to a flight. But it also includes aircraft performance models. So in the 945 regulation, I've not seen any line describing what the manufacturer has to provide as an aircraft performance model. Is this a point mass traveling at 10 kilometers per hour? Is this an aircraft performance model which accounts for the difference in temperature and density? When you fly out with a heavy weight, when you come back in and the drone is empty, nothing is described there. Nobody describes how the simulation has to be done. I'm an operator, I take the wind at 80 meters above the takeoff point and at 80 meters at the landing point, and that's it. Or do I do a discrete time step simulation where I ask for 100 times the weather along the route? All of that is unclear. And that is a essential piece to the building of Airspace where we have not really discussed or not really having an idea how this 4D trajectory has to be calculated, by whom, and to which accuracy. And there, then the entire weather topic is an element, but it's not the only one. Maybe one more comment there.
Thank you. So for certification, yeah, you see, Don, this is where you need engineers again. Yeah, absolutely. So where the engineers can play a role, it's on certification and to make the system safe, reliable, and operational. Otherwise, all the system is for nothing because it's simply not usable or not with a sufficient level of confidence and trust that we can put in it. So I will start with some peculiarities, but I would like also a bit to wrap up with all the discussion here. So very peculiar things. First, starting that, yes, we can certify anything. So that's our business, the regulators. We know what to certify and how to certify, and we have all the tools we need for certify and to support a certification. We have the tools, but we don't have the data. So for instance, I heard very interesting things in terms of accuracy, tiers, different tiers. We can build what we call data quality requirement, for instance, to make sure that the data will be provided, we respect a certain data format, but data accuracy, etc. So that's the thing, for instance, we are today a bit pushing unduly to the member state to define if they want to use the services, but that's something we can start to build with the cooperation of the industry, providing, look, that's what we have. Is it good? We can discuss. We already have the MCGMs saying that, for instance, if I extend a bit, use the data quality requirement and ask the USSP to demonstrate that I can trust the data. So it's not necessarily coming from the certified MET that we can only trust. We are already today in the regulatory framework in the MC opening the door to the USSP to do that job. But now they need to be equipped to make a proper assessment. We are looking very carefully and with a lot of interest on the STM standard because it may clarify a bit the framework and the role and responsibility of those external data providers. And I think that's a very good source that we may recognize later on the MCGM. The certification per se will still be under the responsibility of the USSP, demonstrating that what they get is good enough to ensure safety of the operations. So formally speaking, the USSP, in the current framework that we have today in the regulation, are responsible to of the global safety, and in the frame of their certification, in their certificate, they need to cover the acquisition of those data. By the way, this is exactly the same for inconspicuous information. So we have all the tools today. What we miss, again, is a clear framework, because it's easy to certify, but if we don't know what to certify, for what level of safety, and for ultimately which impact in terms of safety, then we struggle because we don't have the safety objectives, we don't know exactly where to put the emphasis, and if we don't have a clear use case and clear safety requirements here, that will be difficult. I look in EUROCONTROL side, I think that's the thing we should start from the airspace risk assessment. So we have forgotten that safety is globally ensured through the airspace assessment that needs to be done at a higher level, at space level, with some constraints falling down on all the parties. So starting from the geography of the airspace and the member states, so they need to ensure that what they designate is primary safe enough. Then USSPs in terms of performance requirements, and here we could start to include some requirements in terms of weather, if the weather information service is deemed necessary. But we need first to provide the threshold, the methods, the criteria for the member state to switch. Say, I need, and if I need, to which extent it will contribute to safety. And I was forgetting something important. We need also to look at the requirements on the drones. So that was a very good comment of Christophe. And yesterday, for instance, there was in the meeting room not far from here, a meeting with SGU project looking on the SORA and USpace. So the weather is a matter for all type of operations. So it's not USpace related per se. We have in the SORA, we have in the requirements that need to be fulfilled by the operators when they do their SORA, and ultimately they need to use the good products with the good level of performances. So first we need to define also in terms of weather what could be the constraint in terms of on performance requirements. Could be anything, autonomy, power, speed, this kind of thing, coming also from the ARA. And here we don't have, I don't believe we have manufacturer. But we need to have as well the manufacturer in the loop to make sure that the constraints we can derive, we can put on the operators, we can put on the USSPs are relevant, they are sound. So it means something from the product and the operators to get this information. So certified, yes, we can do, but we need for that a better framework. First, safety objectives, safety purpose, the benefits to be shown through the ARA, a flow down and requirements, and only on this basis we can concretely make a certification. What it means for us, EASA, because here it's a global matter for all the stakeholders in the industry to bring all those items, and it's not EASA that will provide all those kind of things. What we can do at EASA level is certainly to better refine the MCGM, to clarify the framework that will host all those discussions. So EASA here and the Readiness framework is on host to enable all those things to happen. We can put boundaries, we can clarify the role and responsibilities, but for all the rest, we have a line on you to provide the inputs we need to concretely make a certification. Should we have a USSP that want to have the service in whatever certain time, we need to have all those data ready to make it. Voilà. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So we're now going to go to the question and answers. I'll stand here and answer the questions of people, but a number of the questions which we've got on the screen in front of us, and remember in Slido you can vote for other people's questions and bump them up. A number of the questions here are open questions that may actually be transformed into elements of what we need, what Stefan has just talked about. This framework of what the weather service, the weather information service should provide is something we need to build together. So in the room today and the people online, we'd like you to tell us what you need. So let's start with the most popular question. Robin, would you like to say it? The top one, Robin. Are there yet any real-world experiences of drone operations being adversely affected by the absence of reliable weather information? Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just because it's limited. I've heard Don there talk about operations being cancelled and when some of them didn't have to be, but that wasn't really my angle. I see that completely and it's important. But have we actually had drones flying around doing their deliveries and had operational problems, difficulties because unexpected wind, unexpected weather, rain, whatever it happens to be? So is there beginning to be a database on how real drone operations are affected by weather? And here I mean little ones, not global hawk and stuff.
Do you want to take that, Don?
Sure. So first, our maturity in collecting weather incident reports are not very good. One of my frustrations is for VLOS, really, you don't have to report if you have an accident due to weather. I could talk to about 100 of them if you want offline, but they don't get reported because they don't hit somebody or hurt anybody. So that's the challenge. The challenge is our reporting system does not capture all these incidences because they're not required to be reported. If you remember, just to say, in Switzerland several years back, there was an accident where a drone hit, fell into the near-end highway, and it was weather related. So there's thousands of these, but we have to get a better reporting system.
Christoph?
Yeah, just to add to Don, I was exactly thinking of the same case in Zurich, where the drone had a problem. The main issue there was that the drone was flying up on a hill, and the terrain was creating wind speed increase, which was not taken into account in the flight planning, and then the drone basically hit its flight physics limits and fell into the forest. So that is one accident, which is also documented and openly available, the accident thing. The other thing, there was a question by the US Congress a few years ago to the FAA to report all the drone incidents and accidents under Part 107, which is the commercial flight operation. And the FAA at that time, it's a few years ago, but they reported 107 incidents or accidents. And when you get through that, 7 were related to weather. The majority of them was more like VLOS, kind of like I inspected the house, I flew around the corner, suddenly the wind was stronger, drone fell out of the sky. The fun fact though was that about 30 were related to mechanical issues, and the main causing factor for the mechanical issue was small arms fire. So that is another thing, but weather plays a role and has been playing a role in adversely affecting the commercial side, but also incidents and accidents, yeah. But again, no documentation available, nothing really where you can look that up.
Yes, when I saw the question, I also immediately thought the same thing. We may not know because today we don't have an effective reporting. Just to make you aware that EASA and the Commission are working on a better occurrence reporting system that may, everything is being discussed, so don't take what I'm saying like the final goal. But we are looking also in reporting some occurrences about weather, and that the operators will have to report. So we hope also to have a better vision of that and better information through the safety intelligence that we can take from or may do with this new occurrences framework.
Thank you.
Can I just follow on this one? It does well because Don mentioned the incident reporting is no good. Are there plans either in Europe or in the States to develop a better reporting system, maybe link it to Annex 13 or something?
Could you repeat, please? I was reading and what you was for Don.
Is there any plan in Europe to create a regulated, better instant reporting for drones, and could it be linked to Annex 13?
Yes, so that's the plan. We are discussing with the Commission on it. Yeah, I don't want to tell that much more because there will be some presentation in the coming weeks, but yes, we have effectively worked on that, made some proposals that are being discussed. So, but yes, there is a real plan to do, yeah.
So the next most popular question is also from Robin. So Robin, if you would, for Stefan, why are drone user requirements unknown for weather? Rotorcraft requirements must be very similar, and so an excellent place to start. Do you want to add to that? No, okay. Comment, anybody?
Yes, the first comment to admit my lack of knowledge on rotorcraft requirements. I'm more used to big aircraft and so on, where we have environmental requirements, like you have the CSAO for all weather operation, this kind of thing, which are very frequently only based on visual range, I have to say, for most of the operations. You have things or requirements in terms of icings, in terms of controllability, etc. For pure requirements, I don't know. It may be a good source indeed to look at on the ops requirements we have. We have started to put some requirements a bit similar to that, a flavor with Andrew in the regulatory framework with kind of minima. already to take a bit of inspiration of the same context. To which extent it may directly apply to drones, honestly, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know what they do in the SORA world for that kind of things, to be frank. So anyway, that could be a good source of inspirations because yes, certainly there are numerous analogies, except the visual arrangers that we have, because then it's less of importance, yes.
Don and then Christoph.
So I think one of the challenges is drones come in so many shapes, sizes, and different ways that they're built that it becomes difficult to put a specific requirement on a class of aircraft. I know Christoph's going to talk about this because that's what his tool is supposed to help us do, is understand how different airframes are impacted by weather based on what they are. But I will say that there's requirements that have not been defined yet, that are not well understood, that don't impact general aviation. One is gust spread. Gust spread is one of the most significant impacts to small drones. And we don't report that today. We report gust, but we don't report gust spread. Second one is updrafts, downdrafts. Updrafts and downdrafts are going to impact fixed wing drone. They could be displaced hundreds of feet in an airspace. So if you're trying to do air traffic management and you want to have two drones on top of each other, 200 feet apart, you got to worry about updrafts and downdrafts. We worry about that today, but we take it as it's just a bump on the airplane, but it's not. It's much more serious for drones. And there's other things that we're learning now that you wouldn't have worried about, like rainfall intensity becomes really critical now for battery power management and things like that as they're traveling. So these are all new requirements we're learning and True Weather's learning because we've been out there for 8 years with the drone operators.
Yeah, thank you, Don. I just like to especially continue on what you said. So when you talk about tone requirements, you may have to differentiate between limitations on the drone operation and between performance. So what I see, but what I think we could also do better is maybe for Sail 3 drones in the future, we say we want wind limitations, we want temperature limitations, we want to know if it's able to fly in light rain or heavy precipitation, whatever that means then in the forecasting, dust, all these things. And then you have this entire topic of flight performance. Maybe the drone operator will tell you with a new battery, which has not have aging, I have an endurance of 12 minutes. But how this relates to range is then the entire topic of performance models. And usually also in the manned aviation world, if you buy an A320 today, they give you the aircraft limits, they don't give you the performance model. The performance model of Lufthansa or Brussels Airways for the A320 is a highly guarded thing, and it depends then on the aircraft, on the engine, everything else. So aircraft limits, aircraft performance, different, but both are really important.
We have a question from Olivia. I think this one is for Simon. You mentioned that there will be a geozone manager and a use. Well, Michelle. Okay. So Michelle, if you'd like to join our panel. You mentioned there would be a geozone manager and a airspace manager. What does each of them do, and who is providing each of the services?
Maybe just to be clear, also explain the situation, because I think it's specific for Belgium. For every geozone in Belgium, there is a geozone manager, which is determined in national legislation. For EUROSpace, it will be the USSPs who will be responsible for giving the flight authorization. And now, what the proposal is now for the current EUROSpace above the port of Antwerp is that there is currently a geozone, and there will be a EUROSpace inside that geozone. So we have a mixture of two geozones, and that's why we now encounter the problem of who gives the authorization. Normally, according to it should be, according to our legislation, the geozone manager of the port of Antwerp, and afterwards the flight authorization of the USSP, who says his operator flying the drones. That's the current situation, and that's we are now looking into. Is that a solution that we can continue in the future, to have always that combined authorization of the two managers, or we go to a solution where there's only one authorization? I hope that answers your question.
Simon, do you want to complement this?
Yeah, maybe I just like to compliment, as we've been working together on the airspace risk assessment on this part. The big difference between a geozone manager and a U-space service provider is actually the service. I see in the question, there is really not that clear who's doing what. Well, you can compare it to a parking lot. Geozone manager will authorize you to enter the parking lots. You're authorized to enter the volume, but U-space service provider who will guide you and who will provide real services as defined in the 664 regulation. Now, as there is a not one-on-one overlap between the currently created U-space airspace and the geozone of the Port of Antwerp at this moment, we are implementing what we call a scenario A, where both are keeping their existing role, but with already the side note that we are looking to extend the U-space airspace to the CTR of Antwerp, so including the overlap part, which kind of makes the whole redundant. So at the end, we're going to cover the complete harbor area, the U-space, the geozone of the harbor area with U-space airspace. And at that point, you have the opportunity to eliminate the geozone itself, but keeping, of course, some mandate to the Port of Antwerp defining where it is safe and possible to fly and where not. For example, especially for critical infrastructure, you have certain volumes where you can safely fly or where you need more coordination to fly safely. In Belgium, we are really focusing on not creating no drone zones, but making it possible to fly even over, for example, Seveso operations, Seveso areas. So the Port of Antwerp has a CONOPS that allows operations there, but with coordination. So that's what we need to take into account. And actually the same equation goes, for example, prisons. In a prison in Belgium, you can fly overhead the prison with a drone. It's a geozone, you can file a request, you get an authorization or not, but there is some kind of a check behind it to be allowed to enter that volume. The day there is a U-space overhead that volume, that safety check, that check will still exist, because that check is about the persons inside of the prison and the person coming inside as a drone operator. So we need to really understand that there is a difference between airspace management and traffic management and safety on the ground, which is linked to the activity on the ground and not the U-space or the geozone itself.
We have a question.
Thank you. Can I just ask one?
Okay.
Thank you very much, because that was a very, very detailed explanation. Just one question so if you're not a drone, let's say if you're a helicopter, manned helicopter, then what happens to you? You have to get authorization from the geozone manager, but not from the USSP. Is that the way it would work?
Well, I think it's quite straightforward. For cruise traffic, we have the IEP regulations explaining you where you can fly and what are the regulations. For drones, you have geozones, and U-space is just a special type of geozone where you need to consume services. So we will never ask a cruise traffic helicopter pilot to consume U-space services or to ask authorization. He will have certain guidelines that he needs to follow, but coming from the ATM environment, so from the IEP. For example, why is there a geozone overhead the Port of Antwerp in this case? Sorry, Bob, I'm gonna abuse your port for a while. So you have a restricted area on top of it, and the restricted area is the part covered in the IEP for crew traffic. And in the ministerial decree on geozones in Belgium, that restricted area is identified as a geozone for the drone community. So you have always the two worlds for the time being living next to each other. I hope one day maybe we're going to live all together. So,
thank you. Understood.
Thank you. So we have a question. I think it's from Rudy. I would welcome Rudy. Shall I read it, or do you want to just?
Yes. So if you really want to have weather services and on a micro scale, I think a drone is the best sensor you can use for this data. And then the question will be, how do you get this data from the drone? Probably by putting some regulation on the manufacturers for the drones, possibly in the CX certification process or something like that. But they are giving very interesting information on the micro scale.
Don, turn on your mic again.
That's an outstanding point, and drones and data collection on mobile platforms has to be part of the solution. I want to just caution everybody, it's not the only solution. When you look at trying to get 3D measurements of the atmosphere, it could take 7 or 8 different diverse sensor types in order to collect the right information to complete the picture. But absolutely agree. What we've talked about, there's really two ways that you can get data off of drones. One is you have actual weather instruments on the drone, which I would agree, then you need to have a certain, I don't know if we call it certification, but there has to be a validation, a quantification of the goodness of the data. And that has to be, I think, part of the standard. And then the second one is actually taking telemetry and flight control data off the drone to back the winds out. And that's a very popular thing to do. It's a good thing. However, it's not always calibrated or reliable. So what you want to do in that case is you need to prove that your telemetry and your algorithm can provide somewhat consistent results every time. Because if your drone stops and then starts, you'll get different results, right? And so you have to make sure you're getting consistent results so that if they get qualified, you know what the certainty is. It doesn't mean they could be 3 knots off. It's okay, as long as you know they're 3 knots off, and it's consistently, there's 3 knots off. But the key is if you're going to share that with other drone operators or other USSs, you need to have some measure of standardization around that process.
Yeah, it could be some work for Working Group 105. Could be some task for Working Group 105 to put a standard there.
And I'd love to help you with that.
So that's really certainly the best. Again, we rely a lot on the industry to provide recommendation or technical solutions. From a safety perspective, I'm not sure that's the best, because what we want is to prevent, to face severe conditions that may lead to an accident or incident and to lose the control of the drones, for instance. So it may be used if you have a certain volume of operations, because then you can give an overall picture of weather condition in the space airspace. But yeah, ultimately you will not be aware, and you will anyway encounter some severe conditions, and you will have something we don't want, which is a crash of the drone. So yeah, a palliative, something, but maybe not the only solution for prediction. Yeah.
We've got 8 minutes left. Sorry, do you want to come in on this one, Torsten? Okay.
Yeah, on the one hand comment, I think one thing that has to be taken account, that putting a drone on a sensor on a drone is obviously a helpful thing. However, according to my research, there is a patent to deal with, maybe something that might hinder us doing that. But I wanted to focus on one other quick topic that has been sort of underexposed, I think, to a degree, because Don described the need for, I mentioned how little weather data points we have. And I have been heavily dependent on weather for the last 30 years too in my work. So I fully understand that the need to fill those blind spots, and using a MEDAR from 40 kilometers away isn't going to cut it. I fully understand that. And then Christoph mentioned the discussion on weather is overdue. But I think we also have to realize we're dealing with incumbents, and the fact that the National Weather Service has been tasked and trusted to providing aviation weather. So that is one legality of things and the reality of it. And I think that current legislative framework does not encourage compliant or encourages currently compliance with the these official weather data sources. And if you then, as an operator, go by a METAR, you're good to go. So I think the question needs to be thought about: how do you deal with compliance and liability for a US operator? Yes, we talked about adding a standard, and maybe that can solve things, but I think that is one of the things we currently deal with. Like, if something goes wrong, the question will come, well, have you gone by the official data? And if you have, you're cool, but if you're not, then you got a problem.
So we've got several ones to answer, but I'd like to go Don, then Christoph, and then Stefan, okay?
You have to make these other services official. I mean, that's not hard to do, as long as it's recognized that the current system has a lot of risk in it, and the governments cannot fulfill the needs to fill that. We have that in other areas. We now outsource communications for national security because the governments couldn't get enough satellites up. We now, this is not a hard problem. This is actually easier than that. And so if we stick to the old way of thinking, and we think governments have to be in the middle of it, then you're right, then we won't get there, but you also won't get better data, because there's no way it's possible for them to afford to deploy these sensors and the modeling required. They've got so many other fish to fry. So that's my response.
Christoph?
We actually have been in discussions just recently with the German LBA about that thing, because we have customers who got the who got told that they have to use German weather service data to do the flight operations, and the actual answer was that's the standard answer they have in the Word template to file that, and they are very open to discuss any other weather source of information, which is a good thing. And then it entirely opens this question: is this reliable or not? But our experience with the national aviation authorities is that they don't really understand yet what is possible. They just go back to the position of use the National Weather Service because that's an easy one. And a second point is if the operator wants to use different models, different measurements, the responsibility is on the operator. That is important.
This comes back to the heart of this discussion, actually. And Stefan, I invite you to explain what the regulation is for and why the Weather Information Service is mentioned there, because it's about safety.
Yes, do we need to restart from the beginning of the workshop? I don't know. So yes, that's if it's there in the regulation, is necessarily to support safety of the operation. So for sure, we want to enable the business, the operations themselves, but when it's regulated, it's because there is a benefit for safety. So that's really the key word in all the discussion we have, is what it will need to be certified, because we need to trust the data, we need to trust the behavior of the system, including the USSP in that case. So yes, the golden message there is, through all the discussion we are having, is to ensure safety.
And the current system isn't safe. It's not. It's an ORM issue. If you really want to go in and peel the onion back, the Met services can't do it by themselves.
We were almost out of time. I would invite Stefan to conclude if you feel ready to do that, because the purpose of this session today was to kick off a discussion on weather, I believe, that will lead to a revision of the AMC. And so Stefan, tell us about that.
Yeah. So to conclude, how to conclude? I have seen different perspectives and we can measure anyway the benefits of weather information. I'm sure that here nobody is rejecting the interest to get better, more accurate, and with a better coverage, better accuracy of weather information. The difficulty that I'm still having there, and I think we need to continue the discussion later on with maybe other workshops. That could be all, for instance, in the frame of the rule-making task that we are launching on the revision, or that we will launch on the revision of the MCGM, in order to clarify, the need and purpose from a pure use-based perspective, because there are many things that have been said. Yeah, the SORA is there. The weather information needs to be integrated or anticipated by the operators when, for instance, they will seek for an operational approval. So we are not denying the need. We are just trying to address what needs to be done at the best in terms of services from a use perspective in increasing, once again, safety of the operations. And maybe to complete what we can be done at a SORA level with peculiarities of the things we need to do, we can achieve with the support of external providers, USSP, to increase safety in the use-per space. And still there, but there is no clear cut. I have also understood and got your message well, Christophe, from an operator perspective. I also here see good development on the things we can achieve, because then I see that we have the technical means, we have the building blocks. Again, we can build quality requirements, we can address the certification of the airspace, the USSP. Affordable, I like the word then, that will please certainly the audience, because affordability of the sensors means affordability of the service and a better use and a better access to the operators. But still then we don't have here clearly the thresholds and the model that will allow the member state to select or not the service. And starting when I start to look on how and to which extent we need to work on that, yes, it will take time, because we need to consider all the interests. And when we'll come at AMC and GM level, but I hope that next time we will have all the components, because today we have something, it's initial, can be used, but if we want really to take the best of the services for safety, I see I see, Christophe, you say that it's overdue in terms of discussion, which we should have done. Okay, that's life. It happened like that. But for next revision, I want to go to the details if we can, and to really clarify the needs and to consider all the feedback and inputs in the revision of the MCGM, supported by other workshops and discussion. So that's the idea. Then we will see with the roadmap of the task force, of the rulemaking task, including the task force with the member state that we have, in order to make sure that also the member states are part of the discussion and well represented in the discussion. Because there was a question, they are deciding. That's the member states who are deciding if, from the conclusion of the airspace risk assessment, they need or not to include the services. So ultimately, that will be their responsibility to activate the switch. So a lot of things to discuss. We are not forgetting that. It's on the roadmap of the rulemaking task on the MCGM. And I hope that will be conclusive in the, not the next 6 months, but in the coming years for the next revision. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So we've had a busy 2 hours. Time is up. We'll still be around at lunchtime, but I would really like to thank our 5 speakers, and many of them having traveled a long way to talk to you today. So thank you to Don, Stefan, Fernando, Simon, and Christoph.
And thank you, Andrew, for moderating it in a very structured manner, as you always do, no doubt. I think it's time for lunch. We should break off now and come back at 1:30, which is when we'll have our next workshop. Just to let you know, using YouTube and LinkedIn, we've got nearly 1,000 people watching this live debate, this discussion here. So thanks to all your contributions, I think we are actually making people aware of what we're doing. So enjoy your lunch and be back here, please, by 1:30. Thank you.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seats, please? We would like to make a start. If you can take your seats, please, we'd like to make a start. I hope you had a nice lunch. Thank you. Well, I hope you all had a nice break, a good lunch, and an opportunity to talk to others with a good coffee. I really enjoyed the desserts, I'll be very honest with you. I don't know about you, but I had a few of those. It was really nice with a cup of coffee. So I hope you enjoyed too. What we'd like to do in the afternoon really is to carry on to the next workshop. But before we do that, I just wanted to do a quick refresh on what we've done so far this morning. So this morning, Christine Berg delivered a message that although she's new now in her new job, but nothing changes in terms of the mandate, we continue. That was her key message. She also mentioned that she would like to use this network, all of you, as a sounding board in future to learn more about what they need to do, which I thought was very positive. In the presentation from Belgian CAA, I think it was very interesting, and I made some notes that the feedback Michel highlighted they got from the stakeholders was also to focus on the wildlife when they're considering their airspace risk assessment, the focus on flight authorizations, cost and restrictions, and also the priority framework. Now, what should be the priorities when an emergency flight comes in and so on and so forth. And of course, to be very honest with you, law enforcement, especially if I consider and think and look around those airports or controlled airspaces where drones have been spotted. One of the problems that the authorities they've had, the immediate problem has been, whose problem is it? And what do the law enforcement people do? What do we as ATM people do? And so on. So law enforcement, exceptionally good. And also, I think in the first phase in Belgium, they are not considering establishing EUROCONTROL in controlled airspace. So no dynamic airspace restrictions initially in the first phase, but obviously in the future phases it will come through, and no doubt. And then we had a wonderful workshop, and thank you all for being so interactive via your questions. And I made a note of some key highlights that came through. Don highlighted very nicely about, from his own experience, how the limitations of models, the weather prediction models, can restrict some of the operations. And he highlighted from his own experience in the forces as well on what we need to do, not just looking at what these data items are telling, because you don't know where this data is coming from. That was the key message, which I really liked about that. And then I think Fernando from Vaisala delivered a message which was interesting, and that was the impact of weather on the overall advanced air mobility operations, no doubt safety risk, but indeed poor business economics. Because, and it was complemented by Don later on, that the difference between the perspective of a drone pilot versus a business person running that drone business. The drone pilot will probably look at the data or the prediction models being made available to him to take decisions on whether to go on with the drone flight or not, and not go if they don't allow them. But the business guy is feeling the pinch because he's losing the revenue. So there are two different perspectives. And I think Stefan brought a very interesting dimension on what sort of weather data do we actually need for the drone operators. We still need to figure that one out yet. We haven't done it. So we need to support of everyone. And then we moved on to to, I think, Christoph's idea, which was how is the existing drone operators actually, how are they going to change with the implementation of the use-based services? So that was quite an interesting dimension there. We then looked at the how aspect, and I particularly like, Don, what you said, whether it's not an engineering problem, it's a science problem. It's quite interesting. It made me think. It really made me think on how it is. I'm an engineer myself. I wasn't insulted at all. So, but then, of course, for operations, as you highlighted last time, the businesses face that economic losses for cancelling the drone flights. And then we moved on where we looked at to see there are many places, as you highlighted, where the weather data is not even available as such. So how far do you want to go? I think time and again, all five of you highlighted we need to look at the market-based approach on this, which was interesting. And I think we had a nice debate. So thank you all for your participation. And so please do continue with your questions in the second one. In this workshop, we are now looking at something slightly different. In fact, quite different. In the first workshop, we looked at what to do in future for one particular topic, that was weather. Now we want to listen to the stories of three ports, popular ports here in Europe, Port of Antwerp and Bruges, Rotterdam and Hamburg. And this workshop will be led by Jukka Savo from European Commission. So Jukka, I'll leave this workshop in your capable hands.
Yes, thank you, Muniz. And I don't know what, Andrew, you did to manage to get the seat next to the podium, but that's clearly something which has been a treat. So let me just start by saying that I'm really happy to do this workshop. I tell you, I did my military service already, I think, well, nearly 30 years ago. And I don't know how much I learned out of it, but one thing which I learned was that, don't ever volunteer to something before you think about what you have volunteered into. And I have followed that rule very well. I think it's very useful to know. But we were having the steering group meeting with Muniz and other colleagues mentioned earlier. And when Muniz mentioned this event coming up, before I had thought it, I blabbed out, yes, me, I want to do this. I want to moderate. And you might wonder of why. And it is a really very interesting topic. This sector of ports, it is a really quite magnificent beast. I mean, Joe Doe, me, anybody else who goes by ports and sees them, I was just thinking, the water area, some ships, nice thing to go around, view to the harbor, maybe old cafes and so on. But in reality, they are huge ecosystems. They are really quite magnific. First, you have these huge ships which comes in there. They are 400 meters long at best, 60 meters wide. And they arrive often to these very narrow port estuaries, like we have the river estuaries here presented. And they are, just managed beautifully, coming in with all the other traffic and turning around, finding their place. But not only that, I mean, they arrive with 12,000 to 20,000 containers on them. That's a huge amount. I mean, they come there. They have all these settings to manage which containers where, how do you take it out, where do you drop it off, and so on. And then you have the logistics, how to get them out. I once had to calculate as part of my work of what kind of logistical consequences this has. And I calculated that if you would empty up one of these big ships, what they have, the containers at once, put them in the truck and put the trucks going on, the first truck would be about 250 kilometers away when the last one would be leaving next from the. So that tells you already something about the logistic challenges what there is. And then you have all this ecosystem. You have there the mariners, you have there the dockers, you have there the port masters, the port authorities, the logistics specialists on different things, terminal operators, maritime pilots, everybody. It's a city by itself. And there it is. And suddenly we realize this is actually something which is in the center of a city. For historical reasons, it has been there for hundreds of years, and it has grown out to be this big thing, which has even its own railroads or rail tracks, as I have learned, that, for example, Hamburg has more than 200 kilometers of Hamburg port itself, 200 kilometers of rail tracks. Imagine that, which they are managing. So they are not only port operators, but they are even rail operators. And then you have the city around, and that city has to facilitate that port. Otherwise, there will be chaos. So obviously, there is a very big need of a good interaction between the city authorities and the port authorities and the business developments, and everybody. It's an ecosystem which lives together. So this is the reason why I'm very happy of being moderating this event. So my name is Jukka Savo, and I'm from Aviation Safety Unit of the Commission, and particularly working on drones and artificial intelligence. And so today, our workshop, as said, will be about, let me see what the workshop is, if we are precise. So as the ports strive to modernize and enhance the operations, the implementation of EUROSpace as emerging is a key enabler for all these things to work. In this panel, the implementing EUROSpace at the ports, it will bring together the representatives of 3 different ports and 1 city. So we have, as Munis already explained, we have there Niels representing the port of Rotterdam, Bob representing the port of Bruges, Antwerpen. Let's do the route. And then the Hamburg port, where Christian is working, and finally Franziska for the city of Hamburg. Now, so that you are not getting to know my face and Franziska's title, I like that they will actually present themselves to you and what they do there. So Niels, could you start, please?
Yes, thank you, Jukka. So my name is Niels Kalshoven, working for the Port of Rotterdam. One of the person who is responsible for the implementation for the proof of concept of EUROSpace Airspace. And also involved with Drone Port Rotterdam. It's about building up a whole innovative ecosystem for autonomous uncrewed systems. And that's it.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bob Spanner from the Port of Antwerp-Bruges. We made it difficult by joining, but it is Antwerp-Bruges. I'm part of the innovation team at the Port of Antwerp-Bruges, and for now about 6 years, I'm project lead for our drone project. So including the implementation of the EUROSpace, but also our own operator ambitions. Apart from that, I'm also into smart shipping, which is also a very nice topic to discuss, but we will do it another time. And I'm glad to give my experience on what we did the last 6 years.
Hello, my name is Christian Barr. I'm working for the Hamburg Port Authority. I'm working in a division called Port Process Solutions, and I'm head of autonomous systems. We try to implement smart infrastructure and security system there. So that's why we're here, as we get in touch with use bases and operations.
Okay, my name is Franziska Biermann from the City of Hamburg Ministry for Economy and Innovation. And the reason why I'm here is that a few weeks ago, Munish told me about this panel of ports, and I asked him if we could add another perspective that is the one that bridges the gap between all the port activities and the activities in the cities, because ports are in a way a blueprint for what could be done. And so, yeah, in the end, it's me who will take this perspective, and that's why I'm here for the City of Hamburg.
Thank you very much, all. Yeah, I could continue telling how fantastic ports these are. I mean, you should see some of the flight towers, for example, where they manage the whole port area. And I think every airport in Europe would be impressed about seeing the one in Rotterdam, for example, with, I don't know, 21 floors and overlooking of everything over there. But I think if my boss, Christian, who you saw this morning, Christina, is following up, she might not like that I go this far. She might think about my loyalties. So no further talk. I think you can indeed, Niels, start and take over.
So thank you. Is the clicker? Yeah. So thank you all for having us here. And I'm going to show you some slides about our journey and learned lessons. I'm not going to explain what EUSpace is. I think that's clear from the most of us sitting here. But we started this journey more than 2 years ago. And the reason because of that is that we saw a huge increase of drone operations in the port. And we didn't know anything about that. We didn't have any view about what is happening in our port area in the lower airspace level. So that is the reason we started with researching EUSpace airspace and if that's a very good tool to implement in the port area. And at that moment, we already had 15 commercial drone operators who are flying in the port. And we have a lot of manned aviation, helicopters flying for piloting, but also for emergency, police, fire department, etc. And we saw that from a security perspective, it's very interesting as well to look into these kind of solutions. So what we saw is that there was a huge increase in the last 2 years of commercial drone operators as well. We now have more or less 66 commercial operators who are flying in the port, doing all different kinds of operations, inspection, surveillance, all those kind of stuff. And it's all VLOS or EVLOS. It's not allowed in our port to fly BVLOS. And it's all it's without the open category. So that's forbidden in our port area. So what you see is that the amount of increase, we need some kind of solution so we can have a good travel of management system. So that's the reason we selected one of the suppliers. In this case, it was Airways. And we started our journey with just trial and error, doing talk to the operators, get their information into the system. And that's what I'm going to show you also in these coming minutes in slides. So this is the area where we're talking about. It's not the whole port area where we have our proof of concept. It's on the west side, so the left side. And the other side is within the CTR. So we decided that's out of our scope. That's too difficult for us. And what we do now is that we have a UTM system. And what we now connect that with all the command and control systems of our drone operators. And that's the first challenge we have, because what you see, the drone operators are not system integrators. They know a lot about drone operations, but they don't have any clue, and that's not negative, but they have a lot of experience of drones. And what you see is that there's a huge challenge for us to get all those integrations into place. That's also the reason, because it's a proof of concept, we started with a solution. We designed a web application where they can fill in all the information, and automatically the information will come into the UTM system. But at the end, it's not the real world we are facing it. So what you see as well is that if you start EUSpace airspace, you need airspace area designation, airspace manager, finance governance. Now, certified providers also talked about today, airspace risk assessment also. Because that's not there yet, and we still wanted to start. That's the reason we cut it up and say, okay, let's look as a proof of concept. It's more like an exploration and not an exploitation. And we're now doing that for 2 years. And we thought, okay, 2 years ago, that's enough. But the reason it's not enough, we still need 3 years more. And after those 3 years, I'm not sure that we will be there where we want to be, but still it's a journey. So that's very interesting as well, that we also have an airspace center that's created with our own internal colleagues. They will receive all the questions from our drone operators who have a lot of questions. So it's an extra service we will give to them. And they will look into the UTM system, have the overview of what is happening. And for example, when there is an overlap between requests, they say, okay, please wait a minute, or say, bring them into contact to say, oh, you're flying in the same area, please watch out for each other. So that's an extra service we will supply in the coming years. This is the system we're now is in operation. It's a proof of concept. What you see is that it's the west side of the port area, and you see some half circle. It's a no-fly zone, for example. You see the green areas. Those are the areas which are blocked by drone operators to do their operations. Now, what you see in the middle is also some drones that are flying over there. So what we do is we have the system and try to get several information layers into that. So what we now have is at least the planned drone operations. We added the ADSB information. We have an own ADSB receiver. We have AIS data, so all the ship movements inside of the port. And we also have now several radar systems or detection systems, so to say, and also collect all the non-cooperative drones and get it as well inside of the system. It's not always easy. What you see here is, for example, it's in different environments. This is the test environment, and we show here all the AIS data from all ship movements. And we don't show it yet into the production because it's too much, and it will not tell you enough about, well, okay, what is the added value of this moment? So it's still for us looking at several information layers and what the quality is and how you can add it and what is the added value for your drone operator or your airspace center. Another topic, that's also very important when you start this kind of projects, get the support, of course, from all your stakeholders. So what we did is indeed talk to our Ministry of Infrastructure, get them on board when we started this project, but also from our local governments. So the Rotterdam municipality, we have the province, innovation quarter, and some other center of bold cities who are helping us with this kind of this project, so to say. We are not looking only to the smaller drones, but also to the next generation, the big cargo drones up to the 150, 200 kilogram, but also the air passengers drone. It's not yet there, but at least you should look into and to know, okay, what the impact will be on your digital systems or on your procedures or on the landing spots inside of the port. Detection of drones is also very important. When we started, we had none of them, and we really wanted to learn about this. So this is the reason we started with several companies. This is one of them. It's called Ropen Radar. It's a Dutch company. It's a radar system. We know that's not there is not one system you can use in the whole port area. For example, this conflicts with steel. Now, in the container sector, we only have steel over there, so you cannot use this kind of systems in that area. So you have to look into other systems. So this is really a sort kind of a try and error with other stakeholders. We do this, of course, with also the police or customs who are interested in this kind of information. And what we try on the longer term is that we have one platform where we can detect drones and can share it with multiple stakeholders. To give you some insight of the flights, we have also an aeroscope. It's from DJI. It's only detecting DJI drones. Why this one? It was there at the moment, and we have a lot of data now because it's already there for a couple of years. So we looked at 1 year of data. What you see is that we have between the 150, that's here, but 150 and 170 flights monthly. So that's quite increasing of impressive for us as well. And we showed you it as well in a heat map. And this is also very interesting because we also looked at, because of the system, it will track the drones. And when it will lose the track, it will see the drone again, it will count as 2 drone detections. So we did some analysis about that. And we say, okay, only show us the drones were longer than 1 minute in the air. And this is the heat map, and what you see mostly of the operations are above water, above land, because of the inspections they do from the terminals or the cranes or whatever. This is on the other side of the port, and I think it's very important already when you start EUSpace to start with the drone detection, not only for the non-cooperative, but also building up your data and knowing what is happening here and in the lower airspace. Just also to give you an example of the first column and the last column, and in January, for example, we have the number of flights in the area for an area request at our airspace center was 33, and the number of flights that not are requested were 115. So that are the non-cooperative drones. And that's also the other side of EUSpace airspace, that you get inside of the non-cooperative drones. But if you know this kind of information, at least you also know that you have to look at the law enforcement. And that's not something we are responsible for. In the Netherlands, in the port of Rotterdam, that's the national police or the regional police. So we're talking to them and give also insight of this kind of information that they can do their law enforcement. It's also about ground risks. It's already mentioned for today, but it's very important as a port authority as well. Not only the air risk, but also the ground risk. What you see on this picture is that we have several companies which are located not only containers, but also oil, chemical, gas and power. And that makes it very difficult indeed to look into ground risk assessments. We already started that a couple of weeks ago. We started with the IoT, that's part of the Ministry of Infrastructure and EUROCONTROL. We had a workshop session about ground risk assessment or the airspace risk assessment. And this was one of the topics which made it very interesting, and as well as a port authority, to look also to the different companies which are located, and also look in the assessment of what is the impact if a drone will crash in these kind of facilities. We're not yet to give you, I cannot give you the answer yet. We're still in the beginning of the process of the assessment. And what you see here, indeed, it's also different responsibility of authorities. For example, it's always about security, but also about safety. It's on the water side, but also on the land side. And if you see, indeed, it's about security and resilience, port continuity. So it's all we have to take into account if you look to ground risk assessment. And I think this is the last one. Yeah, and then I will go over to the next slide. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm a little bit smaller than Niels. It's this one. Yeah. So good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming me to tell me about our journey of drone activity in the port of Antwerp. But before I go there, it has been mentioned a lot. What is the Port of Antwerp Bruges, this difficult title? It's actually, we're a merger with the Port of Antwerp, and 2 years ago we merged with the Port of Zeebrugge, and together we became one port, which was from an economical perspective a real game changer. We have now one part of the port located, sorry, something wrong. Can I go back? Yeah. Right. Okay. So we have one part of the port located at the seaside and one port located more from 80 kilometers down the river Scheldt. So this is a very interesting dynamic. If we talk about drones, then we have to go to the Port of Antwerp platform, so the part in Antwerp, because in Zeebrugge we're not yet there. What you see here is a picture of our geozone. It was mentioned already by colleagues of BCA this morning. Just to give you an idea of the complexity of the area, it's 120 square kilometers of surface area, which is large. More than 900 companies there. So as Yuka told you, it's more than a small city. We have about 15,000 seagoing vessels, so the big ones, but also 50,000 inland vessels, which is also a lot, and these are much more flexible than the big ones. We're the second largest chemical cluster after Houston. The Americans always win when it's about biggest, but we're the second one. So a lot of chemical activity in the ports. There is a lot of windmills, which is also a difficulty for operating drones. We had a lot of high tension lines because the Port of Antwerp is historically also a very important hub towards energy. So a lot of energy starts within the port. We have an overlap. You see the orange part on the bottom part is the overlap, the famous overlap with CTR. So it is within the geozone, but it will not be in the first use space. And then we have two airfields, so for recreational air traffic, and also two heliports within. And we have a nuclear plant nearby the port. So this is a complex area to fly drones. Nevertheless, in 2018, so if you look at the left side of the picture, we had a dream. In 2018, we said, well, we see the potential of drones to be used as a port authority, so as an operator. We said, well, okay, we have to go there because this will be a game changer in inspections, situational awareness, security, safety, things like that. And on the other hand, we said, well, okay, if we want to go there, then probably we have to build a sort of an innovation ecosystem. But because at that time, drones were technically able of flying, but they were maybe not yet technically able to fly BVLOS. So we had to accelerate technology also there. We also saw a growing, Niels already mentioned it, we also saw a growing activity of VLOS flights in our port area. And we got appointed by BCA as a geozone manager. So this is, we were mandated to give authorizations under the old legislation. So we needed to professionalize because we already had more than 100 flights on a daily, on a monthly basis. So we needed things in place. And all of this said, we made the decision to say, well, okay, maybe we should go for the EUSpace because EUSpace was then being conceived. Maybe we should go there because this will be a legal framework for scalable and safe, especially BVLOS flights, because we wanted to go for the BVLOS flights ourselves. So it was a little bit opportunistic, but on the other hand, it helped the complete ecosystem. That was 2018. Now this is a very dense slide. There is a lot on it, but it's also 6 years of work. So it's supposed to be a lot on there. We are now in what we call, and I know it's a little bit blasphemy, but we are in sort of a pre-EUSpace operation. I will explain a little bit closer. What we have as an operator, because we have as a port authority 2 hats in this story. We have the DHive network, which is a network of BVLOS operated drones, so 6 units scattered over the port area, all of them on port infrastructure, so the most of them near locks or bigger industrial sites from the port authority itself. We are operating these drones on a daily basis. We also implemented very early, together with the colleagues of Unifly and Skydrone, a system for UTM. As Niels already explained, we had the same problem, so we needed to have an overview, especially because we also were mandated to give authorization. So we needed to have it on a real operational basis. So that's why we invested very early already in 2020 in a UTM system, which has evolved in the meantime. We also do compliancy via unmanned traffic management. So we try to see what what is allowed and what is not allowed. So we have the geozone rule set for that, which is the access conditions. We also have drone and ATM monitoring infrastructure. So we invested very early in systems to have the ecospecialcy e-token detected. Unfortunately, it's not mandatory yet, so not a lot of pilots are using it, but we use it especially for ATM, so for helicopters and other manned aviation to be detected. And last year or 2 years ago, we, together with one of our other partners, Senhive, we invested, and I saw that on your slide, Niels, there is also Senhive data, so these guys are also in your direction. We also invested in drone detection infrastructure because you can have, you can authorize somebody asks you to fly, but then you have to check if he is doing what he's supposed to do. The fact that the e-token is not mandatory yet, we said, well, okay, we need something to know if everything goes well. It was very interesting in a context there. By having this drone detection infrastructure, we also saw that the non-compliant parts, which Niels already mentioned also, we also saw that. And we also saw criminal activity. But unfortunately, we are very important for economy, but unfortunately, a lot of drug criminals also think that we are very interesting. So we see drones to be used by criminal organizations, unfortunately. On the operational side, we now have 4 authorized BVLOS operators. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are being one of them. There's also the railroad operator, the Belgian railroad operator, who is flying above their own bundles. We have Total, if I'm not mistaken, to have authorization, and we have ADLC, a first company that does the transport of dangerous goods in the area. And the last one and ourselves, we are operating in the same air volumes. So we are using the same places to fly. So we have to coordinate over there. Since we started with the DHive network, we are more than 6,000, I repeat, more than 6,000 operational BVLOS flights done since 2023. So we're flying more than 20 flights on a daily basis. So we're getting a lot of information, and this was very useful, I think, in the preparation within Berg for our use space. And we have around 6,000 flight authorizations. This is because a flight authorization can include several flights. So this last one is the VLOS and the BVLOS combined. So, okay, there are some, I think the 4 mandatory use space services are somewhere in there. We have the geozone, the flight, the network information, the traffic information. It's not as a service, but at least we have the infrastructure and we have the procedures running. So we can say, sorry for the blasphemy, a sort of a pre-use space operation. Okay, maybe some lessons learned. I think we will, during the discussion, we'll go more in depth on some of them. What we learned a lot. It was some time it took us to go there. I think it's very important for new members or new partners that want to go for a use space or a scalable drone operation. You have to build multidisciplinary ecosystem from the start. Everybody should be in there. It's not only about people deciding on airspace regulations. It's also about business partners trying to do something with drones in these areas. It's also about port authorities who have responsibilities towards safety. It's also about policing, blue light partners. All of them have to be included from the beginning. And I think every relationship has some tension in the beginning, but I think it's very important. And we can say that I think we are now at a level that together with BCAA, we're more on a partner basis discussion thing. We are brainstorming together, and I think this is crucial. You have to need to have the legal partners involved from the beginning, and they have to be real partners. Don't underestimate the change management. A little bit of bad news, but you have to eat the elephant. It is you want to hit a lot of details, being it operational, being it organizational, legally, lots of change management to be done there. For example, when I introduced the fact to our operational people that we were going to fly drones, they looked at me as I just landed off some of airspace like an alien. They said, well, what are we going to do? This is a port. We are operating ships, and now we are going operating drones. 3 years later, now they're happy to sit in the seat this guy is sitting, the guy sitting here, and operating the drones in some Port Authority use cases. It is already mentioned today, especially in the weather discussion this morning, conceive with evolution in thought. It will not be from the first time the correct use case as it will be able to have all of the functionalities for the next years. It will have to change. So take that into mind. It helps you in partitioning everything. Maybe another little bit of blasphemy in an environment of regulations, but I think we should be open, at least be open to evolve from risk mitigation, try to get every risk out of there to a more risk control. Say, okay, there will be risks, there will be incidents. We had 6,000 BVLOS flights and we had incidents. I can be honest about that. We have lost drones. This morning there was discussion on reporting. I think we have a good understanding with BCA. All of our incidents we had were reported. Our harbor master is very strict on that. If something goes wrong, all the drones stays on the ground until the problem is solved, and at least we know why the drone went down. So I think this is something we have to look into, but this will not mean that we have to de-risk everything. I don't think that is feasible. The last point will certainly be part of the discussion afterwards. Look beyond the airspace aspect. Niels already mentioned it. There is a lot of dangerous activity going on ground level. The second largest chemical cluster. There are ATEX companies in there. You don't want to have drones flying over there without knowing what they are able to do downstairs. So this should be more than only looking at airspace. It should also be a broader agnostic approach towards safety. And also, it's a bit contradictory to the concept of use space maybe, but the business driver behind it is very important. That's why we install use spaces, and we as a Port Authority believe in that. But it should not only be the business driver. There is also the geopolitical security aspect that has to be taken into account. And I think this is something a lot of harbor masters are getting very nervous about, is that, okay, doing drone business is fine, but we have to make sure that everything stays safe, and we have to know what sort of business is going on. So I think these are high level a few of the lessons we've learned, but I think during the discussion much more will come. And to be honest, I have to show some of our partners who were from the beginning when we started this journey in 2018 and where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Yeah, hello, and thanks for having me. I'm here to give some insights on our journey from the perspective of the Hamburg Port Authority. And I'm not sure. So I will start with a small video which explains our vision, at least our heritage, or we come from a very technical perspective of change and digitalization processes, and slowly from the beginning on, we're getting close to the topic of use spaces and drones.
The Port of Hamburg is part of Hamburg like tartar sauce in our fish rolls. The gateway to the world, it has been developing over centuries and centuries. And even today, the Port of Hamburg is a place of innovation. We, the Hamburg Port Authority, are driving forward the digital transformation of the port with the goal of being CO2 neutral by 2040. True to the motto, we make the port of the future efficient and agile. We need smart digital solutions that simplify, accelerate, and make transport infrastructure and associated processes more effective. To this end, we are realizing and developing the port of the future bit by bit. A digital ecosystem is already emerging in which many technological innovations are intertwined. Alternative energy, intelligent infrastructure, intelligent traffic management, digital collaboration, port and logistics services. About 38,000 vehicles drive over the Kurbrand Bridge every day. This is an enormous test of endurance for this elegant old bridge. In the Smart Bridge project, we installed a total of 520 different sensors to determine the status of the bridge in real time according to standardized parameters. This project shows us how the infrastructure can be maintained more efficiently in the future. Our digital parking space management reduces traffic jams using optimized flow control and parking information. With our Green for Transport system, the intelligent traffic light control optimizes the traffic situation and prioritizes truck convoys. This reduces braking and therefore causes fewer emissions, both CO2 from the combustion engine and particles from tire wear. With the high-level traffic network control system Mozart, the traffic lights in the entire network are optimally switched so that traffic flows better. All systems come together in this digital interface, which serves as a bridge between classic IT architectures and future quantum computers. We are also planning to use remotely operated drones in the port of Hamburg. Flying, swimming or underwater drones can make diverse tasks even more efficient and safer in the future. For example, as a service for disaster control, water surface control, and for the collection and evaluation of AI data in industrial applications. With these innovations, we want to drive the progress of our port forward and always keep moving. We want to be courageous, provide new impetus, and look to the future with a keen eye. Port is what we do, innovative and climate friendly.
With this vision, the Hamburg Port Authority is responsible for the waterway rails. We already heard about it, and road infrastructures. We are responsible for the maintenance and inspection services. We are responsible for the traffic management so far at the roads, at the waterways, and at the streets within the port area, not in the air space. So this is quite challenging for us as well, and we need to learn a lot of things within this area. We are responsible for port security and disaster control and the property management. And as our vision movie was shown, we strongly believe in automative and high responsive services to generate these data. So, and for that, we're also using drones. We started 2017 within VLOS services and implementing drone services. And we, as the dimension of our port area, we found out we need long-range systems, as BVLOS operated drones can handle our needs. And yeah, since then we try to find out how to integrate and how to become an operator for BVLOS operations. We want to optimize, as we have no high responsive and long-range drone or situational picture services within our first response and disaster control units. Within floods and stuff, we have polder special areas which needs to be protected once we have a flood, and we need to find out if is there evacuation process, sorry, for that done. We have in general, we are responsible for the water supervision. And also we bring up a lot of intelligent infrastructure management solutions within building and infrastructure. For example, we need a high frequency of data, and with drones, of course, and even with automated drone systems, we can let these systems collect these data for us, and we can concentrate of analyze the data and optimize our processes once we have these data. So this is why we are facing on becoming a drone operator or a little drone aviation operation. I think the numbers of the years slightly changed from the last years. But we started bringing up, as our heritage is from a very technical perspective, we started to develop the infrastructure we think we need just for us. Also, other operators will need. So we brought up some infrastructures as our drone pod. I will show some parts of the drone pod infrastructure later on. And also we work together as we need to work with manufacturers of technologies, drone manufacturers, software manufacturers for control centers to steer the drones and stuff. We don't have this by ourselves. So we cooperate with innovation and technology partners within our pod area. And yeah, so because of our location, we are right in the middle of two controlled airspaces, CTR. We, from the authorization part and from the technology part, we are right in the middle of an cooperation system to integrate these operations for us. Our plan is to hopefully get into fully business by the end of the year. It depends on maybe some traffic management solutions, for example, use spaces. As an authority, we have some special situation regarding to the right to operate, but we always need to ensure that if we operate, also ensure that we operate safely. So there's another topic why we need use-based services, for example, traffic management services, which is included into USSPs. We need these services within use-space and without use-space or outside of the use-space, depends on where and how the dimension of the use-space might be in Hamburg. Yeah, as I said, we started with infrastructures we think we need and also our ecosystem needs, and we offer to use it and to cooperate from these infrastructures. Here are some pictures from our drone pod. We have a control center there where multiple steering or control softwares are running. We have infrastructures to maintain, to service, to storage the systems we are operating with, and which is really important for us. It's also for us, it's like a know-how platform, which is creating as we are learning. Our heritage, as I said, is the Port Authority, coming from traffic management with ships, roads, railway. This had just slightly to do something with aviation and traffic management in the air. So it's really one of our biggest needs to cooperate and work together with other experts in this area. Yeah. Here, something I already said or mentioned, this is the location of Hamburg. I think the graphic is now combined two graphics. I'm not sure if it still works by itself, but like 100% of our area, port area, is within the CTR. So when it comes to BVLOS operations, it's for us, it's not easy, and it's even the authority not allowed to operate BVLOS now. I think beside of the authorization of operating BVLOS, we don't have the traffic management systems yet. So therefore, these are opportunities for us to cooperate, to use and to work with these UTM systems, which are needed for our belief, the traffic management in the lower airspace, where we think we can operate BVLOS safety, the regulation. We need to ensure that our sovereign tasks, which are regulated now, but also I think they will be regulated within use-space systems. So, but at least we need to ensure that we find a way to bring these in order to our tasks. And we definitely need the technical infrastructure. As I already said, we don't have it yet, and the ecosystem have some good solutions for us to solve our needs at this things. I think what we found out the last things, and as my colleagues already said, we will discuss some of the points later in the panel discussion is, but challenges we already defined was that it's not easy to integrate the use-based concept just by themselves right now in urban areas. I think the regulation is 2 years now, but is the special situation here in Hamburg might show what happens if you get in touch with existing systems. Yeah, as the CTR, what happened with what a geozone meets another geozone logic, and then also what there are more we have this thing of registration and standards from technology, from software solutions, from system itself. Yeah, and this brings us also in a very young market, I think, where we are looking for standardized infrastructures, hardware, software, and also integration concepts to integrate these unmanned interests or traffic interests within the existing traffic management infrastructures. These are one of the biggest challenges we see, and also the biggest opportunities why we think EUSpace can answer a lot of these challenges or needs we identified already here in Hamburg. Okay, yes, thanks for your attention. This so far from the perspective of Hamburg Port. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Then I will do a bit of a kind of a wrap up for the city of Hamburg. So and to show how we include what we do in the ports within our daily work at the city of Hamburg, and how we try to disseminate the best practices we learn from the port. So when we just started thinking about drones and urban air mobility in 2017, it was just looking like in traditional aviation. It's just an airport. You have planes flying in 1,000 meters and so much more. And then we have the city, and the drones are coming up. And of course, there you also can see that there's a difference if we compare it to those port applications. So ports are usually industrial areas. Of course, they have their own challenges, maybe other challenges, but they are, for example, quite scarcely populated. So it makes really a difference to operate drones in a port than to operate them in other city areas. And if we look at our Hamburg Port Authority, we have a dedicated authority for the port area that is a user. So they have the use cases, and they will be the operator. So it's a closed ecosystem, I would say. And that's, of course, quite different if we look at the city itself, where we don't have this this one person that does all the jobs at the same time. So that's why it's a bit different. But this is what we want to do. We want to learn together with our port how to solve the problems, and then we want to look at the city and see if we can use if we can use this port solutions as a blueprint for our other applications. So thinking of from a city point of view, of course, we look at those drone applications where you have public benefit. So it's like maintenance of bridges and streets and railways, or whatever you can think of. Transport of medical goods, disaster management. So we heard it this day. So and of course some other. So we don't think about parcel delivery at the moment, but we have one island belonging to Hamburg. It's 80 kilometers away from Hamburg, and of course it's not for general supply of this island. There are other cities that are nearer to that island than Hamburg is itself. But maybe if they need something urgent from the city of Hamburg, it could be, I don't know what, but how can we send it maybe with drones to that island? And Hamburg Port Authority just did a flight with a drone just last week from Hamburg, this 80 kilometers to this island. So we have a kind of an ecosystem in Hamburg that, with 50 organizations, manufacturers, those who apply drones. We have research facilities, and of course we have public organizations within that network. So here you can see it's some are located near our port area, but some are also outside. And we have this network window to link all these activities and all those actors in the end to have like projects, funded projects, or not projects that are not funded, but to work closely together and especially to learn from each other. And I think that's the most important thing. Everything what happens in Hamburg should be spread, so that no one has to do it the work for itself another time, but we try to link all our actors together. So this is kind of a history. So we started in 2017 with the start of our drone network. Then we had some funded, then we joined the UIC2, that's the city initiative from the European Union, where we have some cities across Europe from different countries working together. And so we were the second city joining that network in 2018. And I think it's about 40 cities and 5 from Germany. And so it's also quite an active discussion among the German cities. So we have our own sub-network within that UIC2 to learn from each other, because we have different use cases, different focus. So ours is more on small drones, others might be more on air taxis. So this is also very fruitful discussion that we have there. And then in 2019, where we had a funding scheme from our ministry from our federal ministry for transport. So we had a few projects like Medifly, that is transporting medical goods. We had Falke, that is to counteract drones around an airport area, and Udveo, that was the first kind of sketch for a UTM system. And then we had the first Airspace living lab in Hamburg in 2021 in our port area. And now the project that we have that are of higher relevance is City AM. It's a European project together with Helsinki, Stockholm, and I think Danzig, Tartu, and a third area in the Baltic region that includes also our Hamburg Port Authority. So the idea behind this project is to have some drone applications in cities and to replicate them in other cities. And so the Hamburg Port Authority is doing polder control in that project, and so other cities, other ports can learn from them and replicate those use cases in their city. And we have another project that is Blue Space. That is our Hamburg Airspace project, where the Hamburg Port Authority is also part, and we have linked there 3 ministries from the city of Hamburg. 3 agencies. So the Hamburg Port Authority is one. Then we have the agency that is responsible for roads, waterways, and bridges outside the port area, and another agency that is responsible for geoinformation and measurement. And so they and we have private companies as well. But all are linked within that project to create the first Airspace in Hamburg. But I think it's more challenging maybe than we thought in the beginning. But we hope that we find at least something like a first test version of a Airspace for Hamburg, and that's that's where we work together, as I said, with Hamburg Port Authority. So they are part of a lot of projects we had in Hamburg, and I think this is how we learn from each other, that we include all our partners in Hamburg and disseminate the knowledge. And last but not least, we are doing our drone strategy for Hamburg, which will be published later this year. And Hamburg Port Authority was also part of the strategy process. Yeah, to sum up, for a city, when we think of the benefits, of course, we see benefits from drone operations by supporting, enhancing, or even replacing like dangerous activities, especially suitable for public tasks. That is, of course, our point of view as a city. And there we see the benefits with respect to time and availability. The challenge is for also from the city point of view, who's the one in charge? So if you think of the EUROSpace regulation, cities do not have a role there. So projects take part in our cities, but with the exception maybe of the coordination mechanism of Article 18F, we don't have a dedicated role. So we are not responsible for what is done within our in our cities. So this is quite a challenge for us because we would like to have a bit of a control. So for what purpose? Do we have some priority routes? Do we have some capacity routes in the end? The question that comes with that is, of course, how to ensure safety and secure drone traffic with air and ground risk. We can do it from a very technical point of view. That's true, but in the end, it's also the question how the people feel, or and that brings us to the last question: how to create public acceptance. I think for a lot of drone use cases, especially in the port areas, but also for medical goods, there will be a high public acceptance. But we still don't know how it is if if private companies come to want to fly to deliver goods or something like that. So this is still kind of a black box for us as a city.
Thank you.
Now, if you allow, I will move here because I can see better of my questions on the screen than when standing over there. So as we just heard and learned, all these three ports are moving from 2D environment to 3D environment in the quite unique and complex environment. All three ports have established communities. They have shared experiences with other actors around. They have good cooperation with the city counterparts, and they are quite far with daily drone operation management already. We have learned that while quite a lot has been done, and many of the challenges have been successfully addressed, there are things still to be solved. And if you allow me to start with the first questions linked to this, I would like to hear of what kind of challenges are you facing on national level to move forward with the deploying of EUROSpace? And if you have an experience or knowledge, how would you compare your implementation with similar ones in other countries? And this is maybe more for Christian, Niels, and Bob to answer. So Niels, would you start again?
Yes, thank you. I think if you look at our biggest changes, which I already mentioned, is indeed the integration between the UTM and the drone operator, the command and control system. What you see is it's quite new for us as well. So if it's the case, there is in EUROSpace and there will be in USSP, and there will be several USSPs. Then it will be very interesting to see indeed how the integration will be between all those USPs between them, the USSP in the SIS provider, and also between the drone operators. So what we have in our case is that we have one UTM system and several integrations with operators. So and we're all facing some experience or challenges over there. So what we see in the next step is that there is a huge step, that we have to invest in these kind of system integrators, and also take the operators with us to convince them, because it will take a lot of time and money, of course, from their side to integrate the system. And maybe Bob can explain it more because he has done several of those integrations. But I think for us, that will be one of the biggest challenges in the coming years, how we can involve the operators and convince them to integrate on a proper way.
Yes, challenges for going to EUSpace. I think we can compare ourselves a little bit with our federal government. We're in the last stretch. We're nearly there for the first version of EUSpace. So we tackled a lot of challenges, I think, the years ago, which does not mean that we have other challenges. And I think it was already mentioned by the colleague Van Opstal this morning that going for scenario B, where there is an integration of the EUSpace and the geozone, what is still operative, is certainly a challenge. What aspects of the geozone manager, what mandate will stay within the EUSpace? Obviously, there is some concern about that, especially from a safety and a security perspective, if you talk to Harbor Master. Can other new parties learn from us? Obviously, I think this is the main focus of the Birdie project, is to have a sort of a first go and work as a framework. I think there is real value in this. There are other European projects also on that. Just to make clear, it's not our first European project. When we started, there was Sapphire. We had many other projects, Sapphire Met, a lot of other projects there. So all of them were very important to get where we are now. Is it 100% couplable? I don't think so. Every EUSpace has some unique features. Every country has some unique features. So there will be a sort of a starting point, but probably some of it will be reinventing the wheel again, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, what can someone else learn? I think from the beginning we can learn a lot out of the cooperation. It's compared to Antwerp, we are no geozone manager, so we don't have a EUSpace yet. But we need, for our existing and our future task and role, we need a safe traffic management. We have no experience in ATC, or even we are not authorized within these area. So we need both. Above our port, we want to have safe traffic. We want to have safety at the ground. We have neither the know-how or the systems to support or systems to ensure safe traffic, unmanned traffic above our heads. So it's a very good, and we are looking forward to cooperate and participate within projects and corporations. And EUSpace, we think, we wait, we hope EUSpace will answer and a lot of our questions and needs.
Thank you, Christian. That was and other panelists. That was very useful to know. I can see that there is already questions from the audience and eager to know already on more practical matters of how are you able to authorize flight requests? How long does it take if somebody wants to do a drone operation in your airspace?
You can answer.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it really depends on the operator. In our UTM system, we build in all of the access conditions are built into the application. It took a lot of effort together with our partners there. The operator himself is capable of defining his own flight authorization, so it's up to his experience. On the authorization part, yeah, if this is a standard procedure, then this can be minutes. Is this more complex? Yeah, then this can take up to a week. But for most flights, which are standard FILOS flights, in our case, it's yeah, asked yesterday, and delivered the next morning on average.
Yeah, I think it's more or less the same for us as well. We only have VLOS flights in the port of Rotterdam, but it's at the end it's system to system. So when they fill in the form and they say send to the system to the UTM will do the check and will give directly the answer if it's allowed or not, or they have the authorization, so to say. So it's indeed, if it's a simple request, flight request, it can be done in several seconds or minutes.
Okay. Yeah, even some of them are automated.
Yeah.
We have some authorizations that are standardly automated because they are so simple.
That sounds very good. Christian, you have something to add?
I can't add anything to that.
That automated sounds always very good. I think the operators like that. So for maybe on the next question, which would be then on the for Christian, this one is about what kind of challenges is there to manage emergency operations within the U-Space?
It's not just a question within the U-Space. We still have challenges to ensure safe operations within emergency use cases. As an organization with security tasks, we are enabled to or authorized to execute our emergency operations. And so do the police or the fire department. But then, as I said earlier, we also need to take care of, or we need to ensure that our operations are safe, and we need to coordinate the operations between each others to ensure we are not called to solve an emergency and creating a new one just because we are not able to operate safely right beside each other. So by law, there are rules, even in U-Space, the regulation by special operations, there are systems and rules how it can interact and how it can work. Yeah, but as we don't have the U-Space yet, and also as we don't have equivalent UTM systems within the existing geozone, we need solutions like we see in the pretty similar to the USSP, just for the let's say organizations with security tasks. So
maybe I can add something. I think the real incident-related drone flights are not that big problem, because most of the time they are so obviously prioritized that, and in many cases they are operated via state aircraft legislation. So I don't think the real challenge lies there. It can be organized, be it in U-Space or in whatever airspace configuration. I think the nuance lies in other types of priority flights, and Munish already mentioned this in the introduction. There are various sorts of priority flights, and I think especially not all of, for instance, all of the policing flights are incident related. Some of them are covert operations to check for drug trafficking. The Port Authority can have priority flights which are more important than commercial flights for ESPS, so the safety and security control. I had a very interesting discussion with colleagues of Helicus about this. This is very complex, and I think the real challenge lies in a sort of a matrix where everybody can agree what sort of prioritization is needed in what sort of a condition. I think the real challenge is on that level.
You want to add anything? No? Yeah, that sounds indeed very interesting question, which probably requires quite a lot of thinking. And Stefan wants to also.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have access to Slido, so I interfere. maybe in the continuity of that particular topic. So you are the port authorities, but per the regulation, you are not the competent authorities in sense of aviation. So you have limited power to manage and to act on the airspace. Would you believe necessary? Would you believe interesting? Have you discussed your competent authorities to get more empowerment and to extend the authority you have on the maritime and ground domain to the airspace? Could be to act on restriction, better authorization control, this kind of thing. So do you believe it's required? And do you have some ideas and scope for that?
I think it's important. So I think, yes, from a safety and security perspective, I think we must be able to have a say in priority or even in having no-fly zones. I think if incidents happen on ground level, which has nothing to do with the skies, but or the airspace, but there is a risk, a secondary risk, then it is the mandate of the harbor master to be responsible for that. So I think, yes, Stefan, we think it's important to have solutions. No, I think we have to start a discussion, because it's by operating what we are doing today, doing a lot of BVLOS flights. Now we see that maybe it's getting a little bit crowded, and now we have to have some sort of a prioritization discussion. At least have a discussion about it. I don't say that we want to have the airspace for ourselves, but we have to have the discussion, because at some point it will be so crowded that we have to make decisions on that. So yes, we need it, and we're open for discussion, but I don't have the solutions yet.
Maybe that I also want to add, I agree with Bob, and maybe as well from a security perspective, you look at the 3 ports with critical environment, and that's also a discussion we have internally about what kind of information can we share with USSPs about our ground risk and ground area. We don't have the answer yet, but that's one of the topics for us. But it's very interesting to look into from a security perspective, also from the harbor master, his responsibilities in that part, looking at ESPS as well. So indeed, it's in the future it will be indeed very interesting to have looking at the mandate there and what's possible for the harbor master to have any influence in the security perspective.
Very good. There seems to be coming quite a few questions from the audience. Maybe just a question for Franziska in between. How do you see the requirements from city authorities to EUSpace implementation? There is commercial, technical, and physical security, privacy infringement, many different elements. Is there a business case for the benefits of drone operations here in this area, from your perspective as a city representative?
Yeah, the reason why I hesitate a bit, it's of course also different agencies within the city, but where we have those use cases. So we have this port area, but we have agencies that are responsible for any roads and bridges that are outside the port, and we see those public use cases, and we see that we have our agencies and authorities that are trying to apply drone services for those use cases, and with medical goods delivery, this would be another use case, so we also see that if we have scalable drone traffic, then we might need this use case for a city, and so to say if we have a role in this use space, so to be like a kind of a competent authority within the use space. This is a question that depends, I think, on the city and the different roles. So in Hamburg we have a special situation because within the Federal Republic of Germany we are a city state, so we have more competences than other cities. That's quite a different situation. We have our own civil aviation authority, so we have more competence and knowledge than other cities, and so we see really use cases for the cities, and we see that we might need use space for a city for those use cases, but the role of the city might depend on the whole setting of the city.
Thank you, Francisca. The next one is for Bob. This is about what advice would you have for startups waiting to integrate, test, and operate in this environment? Can you share more about the future commercial operations like AD? Let's see.
Yes, as a port authority, not only in the drone business, but also in many other areas, we strongly believe that the best way to innovate is to open up your platform for innovation. And that's what we did in 2018. It was one of my conditions where we started. It was not only to operate ourselves with the drones, but also to attract technology providers to accelerate their technology in a relevant environment. Of course, if you develop drone technology somewhere far away in a field or in a remote area, there is no business check, no business validation, and that's why we open the port area for all kinds of innovation, and especially in the drone case, we said, well, we go for a formal innovation platform. And I think here the company ADLC is mentioned, but also other companies like Helicus and people from Skydrone and the UTM development from Unifly. By opening up, we accelerated everything. It was good for us because we were in the front seat. We could observe everything what was happening, and especially now, as an example, the company of ADLC. I think it's been announced today. We are venturing in, so we entered in their financial round because we thought it was a strategic functionality they bring to the port, and that's the reason that we say, well, okay, if we want to stimulate that, then maybe we have to invest in it. So we invite everybody with new technology that is can make a difference for our port to come and test.
Sorry, maybe taking on the same line, there is a similar question of introducing these services, and what was the response of the UAS operators? What were the challenges of them getting into this operation environment which you provided for them, and the adoption to the port services?
Yeah, in our case, I already did some blasphemy. We are not in use space yet, so we're in a sort of a pre-use space environment. So no real party in an official certified entity is delivering services for the moment. What we do have is that one of the partners that committed for certification is part of the ecosystem already. And what we did is the 3 or 4 operational BVLOS operators already within the old legal framework are exchanging, are integrating data. So we are testing how services can be met and what operators need in a practical way, because we're trying to use it in an operational way. And I think this is very beneficial. Obviously, there will be the discussion of price. It's mentioned already today, also in Mr. Van Opstal's presentation this morning and in the coordination mechanism. Paying for service is another thing, and that will be one of the challenges to tackle. But at least we are trying to see what these services can mean and how they should be tweaked. And I'm very pro for weather services to become more important in that, because it's from a safety perspective. Everything that has to do with services and extra safety is important for us. There's discussion of weather, but there is also the discussion of shipping data. Niels already mentioned this. Some of these vessels are 200 feet high. So you're full in the area where drones operate. So if you fly around BVLOS, you have to need to know where these ships are. And are we using the right data for that? Is this maybe becoming a mandatory data set in port areas, which obviously is not important in cities, but in ports it can be. So I think all of these aspects of data, which are important to preserve safety or ensure safety, are very important.
Would anybody else would like to comment that?
Yeah, well, what also was very interesting for us is involve the operators with validation part. So, for example, indeed, when you have use AES data, validate indeed with the operators if this is the kind of data they really need, or do we need some adjustments on that? And that's just an example. We have several parts we validate with the operators that at least we know that we're doing the right thing at the moment, and give them also the added value they need in their operations. At the end, it's all about safety. So that really helps, and also convince them that that use space is not a thing that we want to push into the market, but they have to embrace it as well, because it's not only for the port authority or a city, it's also for the operators as well.
Then there is a very interesting question, of course. How do you estimate the cost savings or benefits of using drones in your port? Probably difficult question, but that's what we all want to hear.
The question of $1 million, yes. To be honest, it may sound a little bit strange, but we as a port authority, and now I speak from the operator perspective, we as an operator ourselves, we said at some point, and this is strange, but we said, well, we don't look at the return on investment or the estimated cost savings and things like that. Obviously, it's part of what you're thinking on a long term. But first of all, we should try to set up something that we maybe can measure it. And I think it's much more important to say, well, let's invest and see afterwards if the business case will be closed. And yeah, maybe it's a little bit strange, but otherwise you'll get into very complex calculations, which are always wrong. And in the end, you lost a lot of time and probably also a lot of money. So we invested. Up to now, we are still investing in it. And okay, the cost savings will be there in the future, I think.
And maybe also good to add for us, it's also very interesting in the business model of our clients. And I think that will make the difference in a port. We have a lot of experience in travel management for vessels. We know it will cost you a lot of money, but the business cases as well is that you have a lot of businesses growing inside of the port. And that's what we also now looking into for drones in the air as well. There is a huge opportunity, and I think this is the way we should stimulate it. And the same is the Port of Rotterdam. We don't charge them anything for at this moment because it's a proof of concept. And I think I agree with Bob, is you can't do that in this kind of phase we're now with innovation. Otherwise, they'll stop. And at the end, you don't have any drone flying in the air on BVLOS or whatever. So I think that's very important in this phase we're now looking into.
Maybe I can add one little, a short thing, because otherwise I will get in problem with my financial stakeholders. There are some use cases that, like for instance, oil spills. They cost a lot of money, and in many cases we don't know who is causing them. And we know that by using drones, we're not yet there, but by using drones, probably one incident will cover the complete investment on a yearly basis. So yes, we know for certain that there is a business model, but for now we're not calculating it. So now my financial directors are okay.
I also want to add, because the question asked for benefits, and it's sometimes we already have use cases within the infrastructure management VLOS cases where we just shift the costs of getting information on the process, make it more climate friendly and the dynamic. And so we already have the proof that the way of gaining these informations is more efficient than, I don't know, taking 10 ships just to find out what happens, or 10 people, 10 cars, whatever. It takes time. Traffic is quite a topic within port areas. So there are already proven positive benefits and effects using drones within the port areas.
Actually, I've got a question on that one. But all three of you ports are operators as well, but you could argue you are the beneficiaries of the drone operations that you are. Or one side of the business is the beneficiary of the drone operations, which is operated by the other side of the business as such. So from a financial point of view, you could argue, yeah, there is a little bit of a buffer here. So if you invest and you don't get a return for a certain amount of time, you can take that view as such. What advice would you give to those who are just pure drone operators? They don't have this cushion because that's all they're doing. And I think the earlier question from our colleagues back at the back end was a little bit on that direction as well. Because when we listen to some of the other operators who are simply in the business of drone operations, yeah, they don't have as much cushion. They're suffering a little bit more. And are there any drone operators, other drone operators? So we have one over there, Rudy over there, Mikhail. Well, what is your view? I mean, of course, do you guys have the cushion that the port authorities have, as they've talked about? Mikhail, do you want to go for it?
Sure, Manish. Well, in the end, agree a bit with the comments that were also made that you need to get going, and then you've got experience and also volume, and then you can only start talking about break-even point and economic profitability. And that's I think all of our concern, right? That we're also talking about, yeah, the cost of all the infrastructure and the use-based services that are coming. No one really has put a price on it, and today there's no volume. So I think that's indeed a major concern of operators that do not have any cushion right now, that do not have the volume. And I would also like to maybe take this opportunity to continue the comment that Bob Spanoge made from the Port of Antwerp on the prioritization. So if we need volume, so we'll also need to be able to keep the volume safe in the air, and therefore we need to be able to give clear priorities. And so I think also the R&D community has quite a major responsibility to make sure that we have something like that in place. So also, for example, the reflection to the Sapphire project was made that prioritization needs to be well studied and conceptualized and put into practice, and that this in a way needs to be done on not only first come first serve, but also on let's say the core use case related priorities. And this I think is also a major point we would like to underline, and this comes back in volume and therefore also in profitability.
And maybe to add to that, Manish, we as a port authority, we maybe have a bigger cushion, but we also could take the responsibility of bringing basic infrastructure and financing this to secure safety, which is for our own safety, but also for the safety of the users of EUROSpace. So this could be part of cushioning the business to grow.
Thank you. And just as a side note here, indeed, if I don't see you making a question in the room, just try to wave or yell or something, and I will catch you up. But we will try to take any question. Of course, that's the easiest if it comes online. So there, it's very visible. There is another interesting question, and that is about. That's for Bob and Niels, and that's about, can you explain what kind of integration effort the US operator has to do? Can you help them to integrate into your EUROSpace environment?
Yeah, for the moment, we're not in real use space yet. So for the moment, the services for giving authorization are without cost. So an operator doesn't need to pay for it. On the level of integration, it's a difficult discussion because at some point there will be use space and we will probably not be USSP because we as a port authority have a different role. So making now a lot of effort and a lot of integration, which has cost on both sides, would maybe be a lost investment. So that's why we, for this moment, say, well, integration, obviously we as an operator are integrated directly because there is a benefit for us ourselves and it's our investment. For other operators, we say, well, okay, you have to decide this with the USSPs and what kind of service they will deliver on that level. But solely for the basic services like authorization for now, I don't think you need to integrate. You just have to get authorization. You don't need to integrate that in your system for that. But obviously, if you go to traffic information services and network identification services and things like that, yeah, obviously then integration will be key.
Yeah, so for our proof of concept, we have several integrations. What we did is that we bring them together and have several workshops to discuss about, okay, what is indeed the challenges of the integration, how can we help them together? And that's one part, and the other part is that when there is no integration, we have the web application to give the flight authorization on that. So that's more like an extra services we have for the time being. But at the end, if it's an official use space, indeed, the USSP should discuss that with the operators, how they will do that in the longer term. And I think that's also a very interesting part to explore in the future. But on what we do now is that we help them indeed, and we have some other scenarios that at least we can give them a certain amount of information about the operation, so the flight authorization or when it's cancelled or whatever for reasons.
Thank you very much. Maybe I take in between a question for Franziska and maybe Christian if he wants to complement. That is about winning the hearts and minds of the citizens. The societal acceptance is that's always a big question, at least in our mind when thinking about this. Have you some views? Are you doing something? Do you see some kind of reactions from citizens? Do you disseminate information to the citizens of in Hamburg about these activities, and how are they towards this activity?
I think the main the main attitude towards drone traffic is rather neutral. It's maybe not like winning hearts at the moment, but at least we don't have any person saying no, we don't want this drone to fly there. So we had a lot of surveys within our projects. I don't know all the results at the moment, but we had at least I think 2 or 3 surveys during the last couple of years, and we know that the attitude is more neutral or maybe even a bit positive. And I think what we see with the ports, when drones are flying there, when drones can benefit, can help us to do tasks, and we see that we can implement it also outside the use spaces. It will so everything that is done in the ports will help us when telling people, okay, drones are flying now outside the ports in more populated area, but we have those results. We see that drones are not flying, are not dropping every second to the ground, but we see it is a system that that's okay. So there are not a lot of incidents or so. So I think we can use this to convince people to that it is a safe and secure system. And I think that's yeah, that's what we like to learn from the ports.
We also found out that transparency is it right, and information. We opened our door for the drone port, for example. We are not just telling about drone operation itself. So we are also explaining within projects. It's not just us. It's the whole ecosystem in Hamburg, companies, authority itself. But we open our door to our infrastructures and tell them what the advantages of the technology, of the use cases, and what it is for. And as Francisco already said, we could already measure the effect of the acceptance level. It's a positive effect to let them know why we are, why we believe in positive effects of using drones within the urban area.
Yeah, as already mentioned this morning, in our case, a part of the certification was the coordination mechanism, where there was a big place for social acceptance and things like that. And Vasilis, who was very big tenacity to get information there. It was a little bit surprising that we got a lot of questions about privacy rather than about safety. Maybe now with the Ukraine situation, this maybe can change a little bit, but it was a lot about privacy, which is okay, because it's good that we are concerned about privacy. But yeah, it's overruled in many cases the safety aspect of drones.
Was this privacy linked to also privacy of the people working in the ports itself, or rather general?
Yeah, several groups were interrogated. The dockers, yeah, we all know dockers. These are a special kind of people. So they were rather keen on their privacy, but also inland shippers. Most of their cases, it's their home. The ship is their home. So I don't have any opinion about that. I understand their concerns, but it was in many different groups that there was questions about that.
Thank you. That's interesting. And then there is a question from the audience, which is, can you explain a bit more how the drone portal services or the drone portal provides the flight authorizations? And do you allow 2 or more drones to fly at the same time?
And I would like to complete, because I have a bit the same interrogation when we discuss about flight authorization, still confusing for me. Whereas the regulation, we have different type of flight authorization. You have the flight authorization in sense of use space to deconflict the drone's operation. So we mitigate the air risk, one thing, and a priori the sole purpose. We have the flight authorization in the sense of the 947 and 945 to get permission to access the restricted geo zone. And you may have other notions of flight authorization. So can you be a bit more, clear on the type of flight authorization you are discussing about? And if you want to exercise a kind of discretionary power on the access to the airspace on top of the regulation?
That's a complex question, because I'm not an expert on that, Stefan. I will try. Obviously, between VLOS authorizations and BVLOS authorizations is a big difference. We don't give any authorizations to be a BVLOS to do a BVLOS operations. This is up to the BCA to do so in what we are now. For the other parts, it's the standard authorization, which was there for many years, and it got a little different form. That now for every type of flight, you can't ask a permission for 2 weeks. It has to be time limited. So what we do there is, the operator can, within the tool, within the drone portal we have, they can see what they can do in regards to their certification. So their type of drone that they can fly, the type of missions they can fly. So if you're not allowed to do it because you're not certified correctly, then you cannot enter your flight request. And that's what we do within the flight authorization. We check if all checks are all the lights are green. Also, concessionaries, the companies within the port also have a saying in that. They can say, well, I allow for a drone to fly above my premises, and these are the checks we are doing, which is obviously different from BVLOS operations, which is more like a full authorization, like we as a port authority via our partner drone matrix got.
Excuse me. So once again, maybe for Michel, I understand that you are checking the flight authorization approval that the operators have to make sure that it matches the flight authorization delivered by the USSPs, or at least their request. Is it like that? Yeah.
The way I understand it, so it's more like, I think like Simon said it this morning, it's more like granting access to the geozone is done by the geozone manager. And the authorization for the flight will be done in USpace by the USSP. Is that okay? Is that clear?
Okay, so then it's more on the 947 side that you control the access to the specific geozone, that whatever may be restricted, and then you have an empowerment there.
Yes,
and I noted that Hamburg, you are the geozone manager then on the Port Authority. If I compare this way.
And that was what Michel was saying this morning. One of the challenges we now have: how are we going to translate these geozone mandates into the USpace mandate, being the USSP, to deliver this authorization? And will this be done by access conditions or whatever? This is a challenge we have to face now.
Yes, so that's something we need to discuss because it's not addressed in the regulation. So you have a role of the competent authorities, you have a role on the USSPs, and they are very distinct. The USSPs are not there to control whatever on the flight authorization, compliance with the flight operational approval, and condition to access to a geozone. USSPs are there to deconflict the operation. So they are not exercising any authority in access to certain type of geozone. So yeah, maybe we need to discuss with the competent authorities there to see what you do. Or maybe you as a port authority, you may play that role because you have the local understanding of what needs to be achieved, but it's not regulated today, yeah, or not in that way, yeah.
So does anybody else is still ready to answer to that question, or?
Yeah, what I can mention is that in our case, we only have a flight area request, and that's what we do now in the system. Because there, what you see in our situation is that a drone operator will fly for a customer above his facility, for example, a container terminal or a chemical industry or whatever, and he will do his VLOS operation over there, and it's up to him how we will do that. The only thing we will do is it already blocked, the low airspace, yes or no? And if it is, then we will tell that via the system. And that's the only thing we do now to make that clear and visible for all operators. So it's more, in our case, it's more a flight area request and an approval on that. Yeah.
Sort of strategic deconflictation upfront to say, okay, this area is already this designated to somebody else to do his operation.
Not just to confirm, I understood. So the one thing is the access to the geozone, that's clear because you act as geozone manager. And then when you request an area, it's a VLOS operation. One guy requests an area. If it's okay, like meaning that, for instance, whoever has their warehouse or whatever is okay, then it's authorized. How about the second guy who a second drone wants to fly in the same area? Do they also get authorization or do they wait? Is it one by one? So one at a time, or you're allowed two at a time in the same area?
For us, this is easier because mostly they have a commercial relation between, for example, the container terminal and the drone operator. So what you see is that the container terminal have only one operator who is doing the flight above his facility. So we only have one request for that. So we don't have very often two sometimes there's maybe a little overlap, that's possible, but not 100% second request from the same area. We don't have that.
And how about, I mean, just for example, the police or someone else that has nothing to do with that warehouse and they want to look around for different reasons, it could happen theoretically, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can have, for example, two adjacent areas and there is a bit of overlap, but also you can have, maybe not so common now, but coming up, you could have a port inspection or a police inspection, customs inspection, ongoing at the same time as someone is flying above. How would that work?
If that nowadays in our situation, if it's in a secret flight, whatever it's called, and then they will fly anyway, and they will have access to the system, and they can contact the operator to say, okay, please go down, then I can continue with my own operation. Or they will see it on the ground and they will contact the operator itself. So it's a little bit about situation, it's a secret flight or not, it's the normal flight from the police. That's how they will decide how to contact the drone operator. And that's just in our case, but I'm not sure.
The police is clear because they have a special,
exactly.
You know, but I mean, say it's two different commercial services, not customs or not someone, because I imagine the police, but I mean, if they want to inspect, maybe they don't want to forewarn that they're gonna, to give advance warning that they're gonna inspect. But if you have two types of commercial services, they would, I mean, theoretically, they wouldn't be, maybe they're not the same operator. Is that would be, you would maybe tell them to talk between themselves, or yeah.
So in our case, we bring and they say, okay, talk to each other. Maybe you can between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock, and after that, the other one can. So make it really practical. That's our solution, to give them both access to the airspace.
Yeah, the same with us. We try to separate them by adjusting their requested airspace they want to fly in, so that they are separated, because normally it's a segregation. So a next party cannot overlap because it's not allowed. But what you are saying is EUSpace next level, I think, because we have to go there where there can be two flights at the same time, and then there have to be dynamic reconfiguration of what's going on. But I think this is the next level of EUSpace, and we're not yet there. So let's start with the simple part of it and then go from there. But obviously it will be necessary to go there.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are getting to the end of our 2-hour session here, and I feel that everybody starts to be ready to go for a coffee also. But I think this has been very interesting discussion, particularly considering that that our panelists have been giving us a real and existing business case from a real community, from real needs. And so this is not just theoretical discussions, but clearly issues and benefits and observations coming from a real daily events. If I try to wrap up a bit, unless Muniz wants to do that, but I will try to, because you moved the wrapping up for, no, it was Andrew who put it to Stefan, so I thought I could. So let's, some of it's, for me, it seems to be that the EUSpace is EUSpace and airspace management, the EUSpace as such, which is still under development, but it's coming really a critical element for smart port operations. It's part of those daily operations. All 4 ports recognize that drones are no longer experimental tools. They are really becoming a part of the core operational assets for security, infrastructure monitoring, and logistics. There is already a lot of examples going on, provided on different cities. And so that's one of the main takeaways here, is to see that that it's no longer only testing, It's really on active integration of them to long-term infrastructure and risk management strategies. And I think that's nice to see happening. Then on the regulation and governance, that still remains to challenge certain extent. Even though there is a lot of technological advantages, regulatory complexity is still causing some headache. There are still all of the ports, or Rotterdam is waiting official use-based designation, and it takes time to receive it. So it's having approvals is important in time. And Hamburg port and city has to deal with some overlapping jurisdictions, which has to be also managed. It's an interesting example of this kind of things, and really worth to talk more with them about if you are facing the same kind of things. And there I would say that the main takeaway is really that the governance models needs to be really carefully thought early, and earlier that's done, the better it is. So don't start with the technology and then hope that everything else will solve itself, but rather try to start early with discussing with the stakeholders and the governance needs. There is a shift from risk mitigation to risk control. That's an essential move. The drones are often seen as a risk to be managed. And now, at least our panelists here are recognizing that that drones are actually enhancing safety and efficiency when they are integrated properly into the community where they operate, and that community is building around for airspace management and use space. And this is a message which all the ports wants to also share with other similar communities, and it needs to be shared. Unauthorized flights, it's still an issue in this sense. And there is a need to try to address them. There was actually a question, but we didn't get there, about the CUAS strategy, but maybe that can be made later during the coffee break. So the main takeaway there is that we have to stop treating drone services, drone operations as external threats, and start integrating them as key assets in our risk management systems and frameworks. Then the scalability and interoperability is still a question. That's a challenge to be addressed in many cases. The future use-based airspace management depends how well different systems can scale and interoperate. There is, of course, at the moment a bit of legacy developments going on, maybe because all the ports are pioneers in this area, but there is a clear attempt to through this kind of sharing of information to go to the same direction. And this, of course, is a very important for the perspective of cross-border operations, which particular places like Rotterdam and Antwerp is close by each other, so it will be there eventually. Then beyond the compliance, there comes the future about the business and automation itself. There is has been a focus is in safety and compliance and risks, but now there needs to be also discussions on economic and business opportunities, and that's becoming equally important to get everybody to understand the benefits coming out of it. Sustainable business models are still there, the question. And as my final thought, this is not only about airspace, but it's about the future of ports, and discussions around U-space, airspace management are fundamentally reshaping how ports are operating in this three-dimensional world. They are providing surveillance, security and infrastructure monitoring, emergency response, and soon even now already starting to play a critical role in logistics and automation. I believe that the ports are not only doing use-based integration to improve safety, but they are actually gaining also here a competitive advantage in the global shipping industry by adding these kind of new smart services. That's my close. I would like to give a big thanks to our panelists sharing of their really valuable experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Jukka, for moderating the sessions. Thank you. It's that time of the afternoon where we all are desperate for a coffee, I think. Would you agree? Oh, wow. Unanimous agreement. So let's have a break, a coffee break, and come back after half an hour. So we assemble here at 4 p.m. Thank you. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we make a start? We want you to leave a little bit early, so we're hoping to finish 15 minutes earlier than the planned end time. I'm sure you would appreciate that on a Friday afternoon. So let's make it a start. We've got 2 presentations and a wrap-up. Now, these 2 presentations are very different to what you've heard this morning during workshops and presentations. The first one is from the European Defence Agency, and that's titled USSP for Drone Operations in the Military. It will be delivered by Joao Catano, who is our colleague and a member of our steering group. So Joao, I'll leave the floor to you, mate. Yes, I will do that. I love this. I love this. This
Please do it.
is
Can I do
fantastic.
it as well?
Yeah, you can also do it. Toys for boys. Toys for boys. Is this one?
The bell.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Which one? You can just. It's working. It's working. It's working.
Yeah.
Got it stuck on there.
Yeah. Where's Don? Don should be here. I was about to make a joke. Well, yes, they're closing the doors. All right. A very good afternoon to everyone. A very good afternoon to everyone. Allow me to start off by stating that the presentation that I have for you today is USSP for UAS or drone operations, a military perspective. Allow me to ask you for one very brief moment of silence. Dawn is not here. In the memory of what happened yesterday, because the briefing that I'll bring in today has just become more relevant due to the fact of the mid-air collision that happened between a civil aircraft and a military helicopter. The metaphor is applicable to any type of other aircraft, rotary wing, innovative air mobility, or a drone, military or civilian, which can happen because it was very low level at EUSpace altitude, so to consider investigation to come. So one moment of silence before we continue. Moving on, and since Munich has very kindly requested that I'll be swift, allow me to state that this project, even though I am the one presenting it, I'm sitting on the shoulders of giants, where it has been developed by a contractor for the European Defence Agency, run by Natalie Hazefoots and Stephen O'Sullivan, which could not be here because we don't have enough staff for everything. So this is the agenda. I'll just go briefly to it. Since we've started off with a little bit of a sad and not so happy event, allow me to try to raise your levels of endorphins to ask you to please do something that you probably like on top of reading, sporting, which is to bring up your smartphone because you'll be needing it. And I would like to go with me on the QR codes. I'll be showing 3 QR codes and you already have access to the project's results. In this case, you will get, so that's not the QR code that I want you to, okay, that's just an image. So 3 more will soon to come. And you can follow the projects and keep the links to the projects. This way I'll save you briefing time and hopefully we can also leave earlier if you'd like that. So what do we do? The agency has now 20 years, a little bit over, and last year we have added 2 new pillars to the roles of the agency. In a nutshell, we gather the identifying of shared priorities, enabling collaborative defense, harmonizing the requirements, aggregating demands, and what we are here for is pillar number 5, interfacing with EU civilian and defense policies. And if you look down to your left hand, so leveraging the synergies,
with the EU stakeholders. So that's the reason why we're here and we're participating to the EU space support cell. The mandate is quite clear within the CES unit, which is to assure the safe integration of RPAS or UAS into the airspace. Now we are at a transitioning period between accommodation and integration from 25 onwards. So that was QR code number 1 if you want more information on what we do. How about the military and the U-space? So one of the projects that we had running to understand the impacts of the U-space on the military and how would the military be able to support the implementation of U-space are here. QR code number 2, and you'll be having access to the full report because everything that we have produced for this project is public. Let me bring to your attention, because this, well, you might think, well, this is a military or ex-military guy talking European Defense Agency. It's not really for me. So let me zoom in on a few characteristics. So maybe you can see it on the screens in front of you. You see that we have the main elements from the drone strategy, EASA, JAROS, CESAR, EUROCONTROL, and of course the use-based developments and implementations on some member states, which might be interesting considering also the discussion that we had on the previous panel. Okay, so you might consider seeing what the member states that we have in front of you, so France, Belgium, Poland, Spain, Italy, so forth, have already developed. You can use the QR code and see it. The full report is online. So what's in it for us? Why are the military considered for the U-space? For one, safety. Safety meaning air safety, reducing air risk. Second, the military, when I say military, I also consider the, let's say, police force, fire brigades, and state aircraft within this same scope. So we'll also be securing and ensuring the security of the state, the security of Europe. So we really want to engage on that matter as well. Not only for the military infrastructures, but also, and most importantly, for the civilian ones. And we also have to consider the financial aspects and limitations of this implementation. Because as we've been discussing on these side discussions, is U-space needed? Is it a huge investment? What are the financial benefits? What is the cost benefit analysis? And what is the business case? So considerations for everyone around us. The military aircraft will need to access U-space, okay? Very low level operations like we've seen, sadly, in the accident of yesterday. It's aircraft. It's not only UAS or drones. The military aircraft will have to access the airspace. The more actors, the more complexity that we will have. And we need to have time to schedule those missions and prepare them accordingly and also mitigate the risks accordingly. In terms of econspicuity is beautiful, fantastic in the civilian world. But you can imagine that in the military domain, on the defense side or in national security, it's not as easy to be conspicuous, and it's not as, let's say, sexy to be conspicuous because we don't want to show where we're heading, what we're doing. So it's hard to work in this type of environment, and how the military can cope in this type of environment where everyone should be seen is very difficult. That's something that we really need to work on. You might be aware that some of the attacks that were held, for example, at Hezbollah level, were done using hacking of free to use information, for example, Strava. So what was happening? The head of one of the heads of Hezbollah was running, and they hacked onto the Strava app, and they saw where he was, and well, he's not here anymore. So for the military, this is very high risk consideration, and we cannot be fully conspicuous. We can only share the information that we can for your protection and security. Military will, of course, benefit from recognize their picture, and safety will be increased because we will have access to that. But how can we do that? In this study, we've studied 4 scenarios, and I have to consider that around the table, and of course online, we will have people who will feel the economic benefit or feel pressured towards having an economic benefit out of U-space, whether be it for the service provision, whether be it from the operation within the U-space. So the idea, and of course, you would be happy if we, the military, would not compete, which doesn't make any sense. So the scenarios that we've studied are these 4. Scenario number 1, we are just a consumer of U-space services, access to the airspace, access to the air picture. Scenario number 2, we are a consumer and provider of information towards the CIS, the common information. We would be, scenario number 3, a national, let's say military, but it would be a national USSP run by defense or military or security forces. And then on scenario 4, instead of a national, it would be a pan-European. From what we have here, do you think, so is anyone thinking that, for example, if we opt for scenarios 3 or 4, that will be optimal for the civilian business case? Not at all. So indeed, the results, even consulting with the military, because what we did was to consult with the civil part and the military part, the best scenario is for us in the military, defense, security forces to be a consumer and the provider of the information, but not compete with the USSP. Only if the national prerogative is no, we really need to have a state imposition on this, and that's for the states to decide. Yes, scenario number 3 can be considered with a considerable investment. But the rule of the House and the way forward proposed was that we should be and shall be consumer and provider of information. So what does this advantage, what are the advantages here? We have experience with civil cooperation, the harmonization of procedures, so we'll be able to harmonize the civil and the military procedures. We'd have efficient ATM use-space interface and a more efficient dynamic airspace configuration, reconfiguration. Another recommendation is that single CISPs and the military be invited to define the services for the military together at the national level, if possible, and then to harmonize that. If a member state does not have a CISP, military should be involved in the Common Information Service as well. Depending on national importance, as I mentioned, we could level it up, but it's up to your state, to your nation, to decide if scenario 3 will be the one to be used by the security forces or military. Let's say state aircraft. Last slide of recommendations, but not last slide of the presentation. Military authorities within the U-space shall follow member state regulation, citing EASA. We shall have geographical zones in order to be able to operate in a safe manner, whether that be that civilian segregated from the military or defense forces, or for example, if you have a high visibility event taking place, we shall be able to segregate specific areas, for example, VIP activities, ministerial, defense forces, an event that took place, a terrorist attack that took place. So we should be able to segregate a specific area within that use space in order for the security forces or military to be able to operate safely, not really needing to be conspicuous towards everyone else. The use space shall follow, one of the recommendations also that the use space shall follow the recommendations from the IR 2021-665, which is to have dynamic air configuration, reconfiguration, and, oops, one click too fast, to have National Air Operations Center middle manning the operations in order to ensure the correct air picture and thereof security and the correct conspicuity of the operations. The proposed way forward, and this is almost like a list of requests and advices for us to be able to really bring something together to have a safe operation, to not have anything like what happened yesterday happening. Governance. Every action and decision, please consult with the state aircraft, or in this case, security forces, military forces. In terms of financial, given that all of these institutions that you talked that I'm representing here and talking about are non-financial institutions, so non-profits, it would be nice to have access to the services on a zero fee charge basis, so that we also will be providing information to that CIS for free. In terms of the operational, the operators of the CISPs or the CISPs or the coordinators of the U-space should allow the easy access to the military and security forces to the airspace. And of course, temporary, if needed, as mentioned, close portions of that U-space. In terms of technicalities, something to be agreed, how the information can be changed, exchanged. Of course, it would be very interesting if we can harmonize it, but from a starting point, it will be much easier if you can do it on a state-by-state basis, because military and defense forces and security are still a state prerogative. And of course, we then extrapolate that towards the international sphere, either be that EDA and at the NATO level, of course, including our partners at EUROCONTROL. Since we've mentioned a few risk assessments and from the cities mainly, and the way to do that, and of course from the environments, we have a tool that is assessing the risk, the air risk and the ground risk, including environmental aspects of the operations, which is the military UAS risk assessment tool. This tool is still not available for the civilians. It will be made available for the industry that will be requesting authorizations for flight of drones, UASs, under military aviation authority jurisdiction. So we know that the airspace is for everyone, but the jurisdiction is not the same. So sometimes it's a civilian jurisdiction, sometimes it is a military jurisdiction. So whenever you have a military jurisdiction, you can opt for this military US risk assessment tool, or within this same framework, within the same login, you'll be able to have the SORA being provided to you. Let's call it the EASA SORA, which will also be available to you for you to use. And once possible, we will definitely make sure that you have the correct access to it. We consider also hazardous material to be there. Lastly, and since we had Dawn coming in, perfect timing. Since we have Dawn, and we figured that from the discussions that we've had before, it would be interesting to understand how USpace or UTM is also being used elsewhere. Let me bring to you, this is just an eye catcher for you to collect more information using the QR code that you see there, which is the project CLUE. So the CLUE ATM stands for Collaborative Low Altitude Unmanned Aircraft System Integration Effort, which currently has a TRL 7. And this is run, why are we presenting this? Because this is run by the US DOD, and we have a bilat with the US DOD on this. Not on this, but we have a bilat with them, and we're able to share this type of information. So we have UTM within controlled airspace with defense air traffic controllers, integrated manned and unmanned air ops with a 3D view, which is actually the figure that you cannot really see on the screen, where you see the personnel there. Sensor agnostic integration for detection, tracking, and identification of the assets. Handles, of course, flight requests and authorizations through live tracking. It is, most importantly, and from discussions that we had on the previous panel, BVLOS enabled. And as always, just like in Europe, we have a challenge because EASA will be the homologous of the FAA. So the FAA will have trouble certifying military systems, just like the EASA is completely out of scope for that. But then there is this challenge that needs to be overcome. And Munish, to try to address to your request. Thank you very much, everyone. I made it very swift and easy, saving everyone a nice Friday, a few minutes, hopefully, 15 minutes every time. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Congratulations on the audience, about 1,000 or more people. Congratulations on that. Thanks to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Thanks very much for providing a very useful and yet so briefly in the time available information, because the QR codes that you provided will allow people to take home the stuff and read through it, and they can contact you if need be. Very quickly now, we're off to the last presentation and then a quick plenary after that. The last presentation is from PwC. It's about the global UTM ecosystem that GUTMA and PwC have jointly created. It goes beyond EU. I won't take your thunder away. Why don't you, Tomasz, go ahead. But if you want any brownie points from people, for every 5 minutes that you save, you will probably get lots of best wishes.
Thank you very much, Munish. So definitely being the last speaker is not as easy as job, but as a consultant, I can promise you there will be a lot of pictures, flags, and catchy scoring. So I hope to have your attention for the next 10 minutes. So let me start, let me introduce myself. My name is Tomasz Kłosowicz. I'm Vice Director at PwC Global Drone Team. But today I also have a pleasure to represent GUTMA, Global UTM Association. So as PwC, we are a member of GUTMA. And a few months back, we decided together with other members to establish a task force to assess the maturity of but maybe before But maybe before starting, I would like to make a reference to the presentation that was made by Bob from Port of Antwerp and Bruges. I really liked 2 points there because these 2 points he mentioned in the best practices were 2 out of 3 points that made us to set up this task force. So you, Bob, mentioned in your best practices that pay attention to multidisciplinary ecosystem. That was the first one. And the second, please look beyond airspace driver. So by establishing the task force within GUTMA, we had the same understanding around the UTM implementation. So first of all, UTM ecosystem is very broad in terms of different stakeholders. So it's super multidisciplinary one. And secondly, quite often, also here at EUROCONTROL and other institutions, we mainly discuss operational and technical topics, and that is perfectly usual and normal thing. But what we wanted to do is to encourage and look a little bit broader and assess the UTM ecosystem as not only discussions on technicalities and operations, but look also at the other aspects of the ecosystem. And the third reason that we set up this task force is that we simply thought that there is a lack of this data gathering, and no one really done it before that collected these pieces of information from different geographies, different continents, and tried to compare them to each other and came up with the final assessment, also scoring to actually see who is leading the UTM implementation in the globe and who could follow this best practices. And one more important remark is that the basis for our work were commercial and scalable advanced operations. So we were looking into different UTM implementations, but we wanted to, as a basis, we wanted to focus on the implementations that will help to deploy commercial and scalable, mostly BVLOS operations. So, but before actually assessing the UTM ecosystem, we have to define what the ecosystem is. And jointly within the task force, we decided to focus on 6 dimensions. These 6 dimensions are as you can see here. So within the legislation, we focus on the analysis on only UTM related regulations in the specific countries. In the governance dimension, we looked closer on the cooperation between public and private stakeholders. So we were very much interested if within a country there's only cooperation between ANSP, CAA, and responsible ministry, or actually there's also cooperation with the private stakeholders, and the decision-making process is a joint one and not just a public one. Within the strategy dimension, we looked at different strategic documents being published by different institutions. So we wanted to see if at the national level and organizational level, there is actually a strategy being set up, how to develop this new low altitude economy within a country. Within the operations, we looked, and as I said, we couldn't omit that. We looked at the operational side, we looked at the airspace. For example, we analyzed the first EUSpace airspace implementation. Within the technology dimension, we looked at the UTM systems, and we wanted to understand, so what are actually the tools being implemented in every country that help to have BVLOS operations. And finally, within the business and market dimension, we wanted to understand what is the stakeholders' economic understanding. So do they actually use different type of tools like market sizing, business plans, value chain mapping in their understanding of low altitude economy? Because in order to make informed decisions, first you need to understand how the ecosystem look like, what will be the future traffic, etc., etc. And at the very end, of course, we wanted to have some best practices out of all of this research we have done. Once we defined what the ecosystem is, and we have these 5 dimensions, well, we decided to make the index so simply the maturity parameters. So here you can see the simplified summary in the report, which will be shared at the very end. You can see the full description, but just to give you the idea, please pay attention to the technology dimension, and you can see that the scoring we came up with is that there is level 1, which means that there is no UTM technology in the country. There is level 2. There is some simple geo-awareness tool, for example, CAA website or mobile application. Level 3, it's already a basic UTM system with basic UTM services. Level 4 is advanced UTM system with more advanced UTM services. And level 5 is where we all would like to be in the future, so full UTM ATM integration. But of course, that didn't happen yet anywhere in the world. And now a few conclusions on the global scale. So the first conclusion is that we came up with this conclusion that each dimension actually has its leader, regional leader. And within the legislation dimension, even though we have a lot of discussions here about EU regulations and how to make them work better for commercial operations, but we have to recognize, and we did, that what Europe achieved through the EUROSpace regulatory framework is something that is difficult to compare to any other continents and territories. And we found that we defined the EU as a leader within this dimension. In governance, we came up with many examples of great cooperation between public and private stakeholders. But what is, I believe, worth to mention is the Japanese example, where this is somehow a DNA of the UTM ecosystem there, that they make the decisions together. It's not just the public deciding for the private stakeholders. Within the strategy, of course, there's many different strategic documents, but we notice this trend that many strategies that are functioning still are the strategies that were adapted when the EU regulations were adapted. And they quite often do not include the later update of the regulatory framework, EUROSpace regulatory framework. Within operations, here we focus where actually are the advanced drone operation taking place right now, the commercial and scalable one. And within the technology, our conclusion was that there is a lot of tools already being implemented, but mostly they are a basic one. They are just for geo-awareness, they are simple mobile applications, and the number of UTM systems being implemented, basic or advanced, this is something where definitely there could be an improvement. And the last conclusion regarding the business and market, and this is, it's not specifically about Europe, it's about all of the territories and continents, is that there's actually a minor use of different economic tools to have this better understanding of the low altitude economy. And as I promised, some pictures, so to still have your attention. Here we came up with some, of course, just examples, because if you would like to highlight everyone, that would be simply impossible. But we highlighted few examples of best practices, success stories within each dimension. About the legislation and EU, I mentioned already, but specifically about Europe within governance, we would like to highlight here the Switzerland, but also Spain and Belgium. They scored very highly in this category. Within strategy, again, here we gave the example of Skies and the daughter company with a well-defined strategy and the idea how this low altitude economy should be developed and what will be the role of the Skies. And within business and market, here we highlighted some other global players, but within Europe, you could see in the report that specifically Nordic countries, Norway, Finland, but also Italy and Belgium, they have this understanding that in order to make the informed decision making, you need to understand the market better, and this is how you later plan implementation of UTM. And another promise, there are some flags. So what you can see here is actually the scoring and conclusions from our report. What you can see on the top is number of countries, Europe 31, Asia 12, Middle East 9, that we analyzed. And you can see the leaders within the scoring of all of the dimensions. So you can see that Belgium is at the first place, 22 points on 30 points maximum to possible to get within the scoring. Number 2, Switzerland, and the third place jointly Italy, Norway, and Spain. And of course, all of this explanation for this scoring for this nearly 70 countries you can find in the report. And here is Africa, South America, North America, Australia. And finally, if you would like to compare the biggest ecosystems and economies between each other, here we aggregated the scoring for all European countries as a joint one. And here you can see how Europe is compared in terms of UTM readiness to the US, China, Australia, UK, and Canada. And last but not least, of course, the report itself. You can find the full report, 160 pages at GUTMA website. Please take a moment to scan the QR code.
Excuse me, I have a quick question. I missed some information on the previous slide. In terms of governance, if you can come back, please. Yeah. In terms of governance, have you considered, for instance, the work that the European Union is doing with AGU, for instance, in terms of researchers, collaboration with the industry in order to develop that? So all the local initiatives that you may have. So what you have considered for governance. I'm a bit surprised because I was expecting advance due to the fact that we have so many projects going on in Europe, even the DSD, Berg, Welcome, etc. that we discussed today. I think we are more advanced. So yes, there is the data stuff in US, but globally, the mesh of projects that we have in Europe and the collaboration with the industry is very dense. I mean, yeah.
What we assessed within the governance dimension was focus on understand in general, one country means one UTM ecosystem. So what you can see here, it's a combined scoring for the EU as whole. But to answer your question, no, the cooperation that is being at the EU level by, for example, EU institutions is not being considered here. What is considered here is the national institutions and their governance and cooperation, international cooperation. But thank you very much for this point, because I believe it's a valid one, and
yeah, because the European Union is investing so much money in that whole system that I think it will be fair to be reflected in the survey. Yes.
Yeah, I believe in the next version of the report, since you can see that this is the Readiness Index 2024. The assessment will be just growing, and we'll be considering also other dimensions. And the last to finish, and the last disclaimer, we very welcome your feedback. And the report is of course about scoring and first, second, third place. It's always getting attention, but the goal of the report is actually to assess and encourage to improve even in different dimensions. So whenever you believe that there are some information that also should be included, we are very much welcome this constructive feedback, and in the report you can find direct contact data, so we can make it only better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just one today, because there's a question here related to what you've just done from Elena. I think, Gutmar, why did you set the highest maturity level for business and market at a complete business plan rather than considering companies that are operational? Was there any thinking that went behind it?
So Munish, I have to tell you that the highest number of discussions we had definitely around the market and business dimension. And the understanding what market and business means for different stakeholders, CA, ANSP, ministry, UTM, technology or service provider is very different. What we decided to do in the end is rather assess the usage of specific tools that we are able to track and identify, rather than focus on very specific operations and commercial operations. However, also in the report you can find a few examples of the operations as such and services, and we also try to collect the best practices from these operations, which in the European context, by the way, one of them is related to the European ports and the great job they do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomas, for sharing with us the brief of your report. So I'm sure people will read through it and they'll have more questions, but I'm sure they can contact you about it. So look, one bit of the good news is that we are not going to finish at 5:30. We are going to finish at 5 o'clock. And that means we only got 20 minutes. But before we go into this last session, which was supposed to be much longer as a general plenary, but we decided that it would be better to keep that short and let the conversations go on. But I think now, based on what we've learned so far, what I'd like to do first is to open up the floor for any questions not related to any particular workshop or presentation in general. I know that, Robin, you've raised a hand, so why don't you start with your question, please?
Thank you, Manish. Bit of a naughty question, maybe.
Naughty question, yeah.
Entertain people late on a Friday afternoon. Excellent presentations, all, and I thoroughly enjoyed them. But I did have some thoughts that were kind of bubbling up that actually impact quite a lot of been said today and will be relevant to anyone who's set up operations. So the ports, clearly, the military, some of the operators such as Helicus in the UK, who are doing their own things, and some others here, I'm sure, as well. There are existing implementations, and the word came back fairly regularly that, okay, we're doing something, it's not EUSpace yet. Well, we're there, we're doing something, we're operating, but it's not EUSpace yet. And within those provisions, the answers came out, which is perfectly good, perfectly reasonable. So what I'm asking, what the naughty question is the move towards EUSpace and the additional provisions, costs, development time that might bring with it, is that helping or hindering the arrival of drone operations?
Now I understand the naughtiness around it. Okay. I think probably best, we see that the Hamburg guys and the Rotterdam guys are gone. You know where your friends are, don't you, Bob? Do you want to start with answering that one? Because you're the only one left over here.
I can understand your question because costs will be decisive. We had some discussions at the coffee table. The cost issue will be the next elephant. Don removed one of the elephants, but there will be a new elephant in the room. On the other hand, I do believe that EUSpace can make things scalable. And probably if we don't have EUSpace, it will not be scalable enough. So from that perspective, I think we should endure to go through EUSpace with all of its defaults maybe in this moment, but I believe from a safety and a security perspective that it's useful to go there, because then it's one framework. We all agree on that it's the good framework.
Thank you. I think, Torsten, you want to add?
Yes, thank you. I have a topic that is really dear to my heart that I find often we discuss the technical and the realizations of it and the costs. And I view the whole topic of enabling drone traffic more of as setting up an infrastructure in order to enable more business. Think of it as a green field. What do you do in a green field? Well, you put out roads and you put out electricity and so forth. You create the framework so that business can happen. Because at the end of the day, both USSPs and UTMs and even drone hardware are just tools to enable the businesses that need to want to use drone services. And I think that sometimes is losing the focus. And unless we do some of the first steps that enable the actual businesses and services that can happen out of that, then we're missing out on opportunities of cost savings, of better services. And that must not be forgotten. So I want to remind the group and hopefully other stakeholders and shareholders of this whole enterprise, let's not cut things too short or make them too complicated, but rather let's enable these necessary services so that the actual outcome can happen.
I think you make a very good point, and I was encouraged to, there you go. Obviously you make a very good point. And I was encouraged to see or to listen to the starting first couple of slides of each of the three presentations from the port authorities, the three of them, and I made a note of those. For example, Bob, in your slide, you said your journey started in 2016-17. You have a dream. There was one slide, and in that dream, you highlighted how your business, the port business, would benefit by digitizing some of those operations, such as inspections, safety audits, and all the rest of stuff. And then you said the link to that, to drones, is good because drones can do what we don't want humans to do because it's too expensive, it's error prone and all the rest of stuff. And then you move from there onto the drones. And then now you're saying, of course, we have the drones, but we want to scale it. To scale it, we need EUROSpace. So you've got a clear link. But you started off with your business objective. Likewise, I think I heard Christian Barr say that their objective when they kicked off was, I think it was threefold. It was one on saving the public infrastructure, that was one. Then it was about first responders, which was, and the third one was also very much based on what I'd say essential services, delivering essential services. But that was clear, that's where they wanted to go as such. And then the Rotterdam guys, they had similar. And I like that because I think that sort of goes into where you're trying to take us, Torsten, is figure out your business objectives and then take them forward. Because if they're clear, the link from there to providing a solution to meet those objectives will become a reality. And I think, you know, there are examples, no doubt, and I think thanks for highlighting it, where in some cases, some parts of the ecosystem might have gone straight into developing the technical solution without really understanding what we're doing. What is it all about? Because at the end of the day, a drone is nothing more than just a means to an end. And a EUROSpace enables that means to an end. And that's really what it is. At the end of the day, the end goal is delivering essential services to improve lives of people, creating safety, security for them. And of course, in doing that, either you do it through delivery of public services, which is not the commercial side of it, or you do it through the commercial services, which raises revenue and all the rest of the stuff. And that's where the cities come in. Do you want to come in on that one, Ericsson? Yeah, go ahead, Mikko.
Mikko Saarisalo, Ericsson. I was clapping my hands based on your comment, and the key word was providing infrastructure. And I think there's something we can possibly learn from what is happening in China and China loyalty to the economy. The feel I get from observing what they are doing is that they are beyond arguing about what is the business case, what is the winning use case for drones, but rather they are thinking advanced air mobility, drones, like road infrastructure. They want to build the essentials on top of which good things happen. We don't think of the road maintenance here, don't think about what's the business case on the road, road users. But we know that when roads are not working, many things are not working. So lots of cool things. So I think we should be focusing on enabling this economy, this technology, and providing infrastructure for that, and let the good things happen. It will take time, but that's.
Thank you. No, it's a fair point. Anyone else want to, sir, right at the end? Would you mind introducing yourself as well?
Yes, hello everyone, Zvonimir Šest, I'm from Croatian Civil Aviation Agency. I would like just to echo on the colleague what he mentioned. I think the current state of play is more focused on putting all the initiatives and innovations in the framework of EUROSpace rather than trying to develop things that will enable all the operations. I think the goal for the port front runners of this, I take my hat off to those guys, but I think their goal is to operate their operations, which they plan to do in a safe environment, and that's the basics. And I think the business case is kind of standing in the middle of it, putting some problems in front of them. And I think the business case should be, at least for this point of time, put aside, and unmanned traffic management should be the focus. And because unmanned traffic management is a much broader term than U-Space. U-Space is really strict, it's regulated, it has a framework. And I think the operational stakeholders would rather benefit much more from the initiatives and innovations and all the trials in the UTM area, and then maybe figure out how can we put this in the U-Space airspace. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Neeraj from Hala.
Yeah, I'm Neeraj Bansal from Hala Sky. We are based out of Hamburg. So I'm putting a hat of European country because we are sitting in EUROCONTROL office. So what is happening right now is we are still waiting to get the launch of U-Space. And there are many companies, many of us sitting around in the ecosystem, providing different services, from being a USSP to weather service to whatever. We're waiting for the launch, and that's when, and we are sustaining our software, teams, everything around it, and waiting for that magic day when we can start making some revenue and justify the investments. But at the same time now, in US, as you were also there, Manish, in Harmonized Skies, we saw US has taken, the players over there have taken a lead, and whatever they will implement in Dallas, etc., they can immediately roll it out in US. Now it becomes easy for them to come to Europe and use that as an extension and start providing services while we are still waiting for it, and they have it tested because they have an infrastructure that they are working on it and building on it, while we are still struggling to find that infrastructure. So what it will mean, we will be always, or we will lose the lead that we have built in last 2-3 years, being first to define the regulations with the American companies coming over. It's not about US or Europe, but it's still making sure that we have an equal field play as our American partners. So what are we doing about it? How are we going to save the European innovation and European companies around it?
I need to react to the last speaker, because I think we need to be very careful about making a direct comparison about the way things are done in the US and the way they're done over here. It's not the same environment. The regulatory environment is not the same. Even the operational environment is not the same thing. There are good things that are going on out in Dallas, and there are some things which you simply could never do over here. And that's not because U-Space is inferior. It's just that it's different. And so I think we need to be a little bit careful before saying, let's do it the way the Americans do it. I don't think it's quite as simple as that.
Let's get Stefan and then I'll come back.
Yeah, so sorry, just something to clarify. We don't have bilateral with the FAA on that topic. We don't have harmonization. So the organizations that already operate in US and coming to Europe will be subject to the same strict requirements that any European organization. So, and we are certifying, and I hope very soon we'll have the first certificate given to the first non-European USSP. So there is no then competitive advantage if they are located in US. No, they will come to EASA and they will, sorry for that, but they will suffer the same burden than you will be for certification. Again, we know what to do, but yes, that will be complicated. So I don't believe there is a particular disadvantage. We have other situations in Europe that we need to address because the level of maturity, readiness, of certain member states, yeah, it's not harmonized in Europe. It's not, you have different degree of preparation of the member state, and that creates locally some unbalanced treatment. But it's not a matter of US or non-European versus European. It's a local matter of harmonization inside Europe where we need to act. For the rest, no. I can guarantee, I swear, that we are certifying at the highest level of quality the USSP that are coming to us. Huh? Yeah.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Thank you, Stefan. Yes, sir.
Yes, what I wanted to add is echo what the colleagues previously said. Is I think the focus is currently being put on being certified. And I think already this morning we heard colleagues in the Met aspect mentioning maybe we should regulate some part of it, how it should be provided, the aspects, the technical part. And in some way, not being regulated can be a blessing too. It can provide you a playing field with no boundaries, where you can try out, have different trials, see different benefits, make some mistakes. while being regulated gives you a strict framework with little maneuvering space. Therefore, that's why I'm trying to advocate.
And I mean, would sandboxes help? Because there you have more freedom to go and do some testing at different levels.
I get the idea of sandboxes, and they're like a small cages within where you can try and play out. But I think the main idea would be to try to develop operational procedures, equipment, and let's say expertise in the area, which then can be maybe put in the framework of a USSP of USpace. We should try to get as much as possible benefits, and then try to put it in a framework and try to put it on a commercial basis on the European market.
Got it. Thank you. That's good. Anyone else want to? Oh, Gary. Sorry, Gary. How did I not look at you?
Well, this is working. Oh, it is. There we go. I might just bring a bit of perspective to the point you made, the point you're talking about in sandboxes. We find ourselves in the UK in a very similar situation. And one of the attractivenesses of the American model has been that that is not a test environment. They're very sure that it is business as usual, where the FAA has allowed the operators to go and do something and continue to develop it. We're finding, and I suspect we'll find the same with sandboxes across Europe, that industry is going to have to make some substantial investments, especially in UTM, to bring in the UAV operators who will then service a customer base that they've worked hard to develop. And then we tell them in the UK, a sandbox, maximum 12 months. At the end of the 12 months, thank you very much, we'll take the learnings. So there is a big challenge about what is an appropriate means to do this. The Americans have done that famous film, haven't they? Build it and they will come. And perhaps I understand the risks of extended testing operations of sandboxes, but we may be challenged into doing something that gives some degree of assurance to business that their investment is going to allow them to continue to service the customer. I don't say we've got an answer. I'm just saying we're aware of the problem. It's challenging us all.
There's a related discussion that's been going on for the last few months as well. I think it started off with the comparison, but we don't have to go in the comparison side of things. What role should the industry play here to facilitate, or let's say, make available funds to do the right and the necessary things that we need to do to get things going? I mean, if we look at what's happening in US or in other places, we've been talking to the Japanese race recently because they're preparing for the Osaka Expo, and they've got a very meticulous way of doing things as well. China have got their own way of doing things. We don't need to be like them. We don't need to copy them. I think that's a point that very well made by Robin as well. But I think there is a question: what role should the industry play here in this? Should the industry put more effort in, more investment in conjunction with public institutions, as well as the standards bodies and the regulators, to sort of come up and do more to get things going? And do you think the industry is doing enough? Do you think the industry is are they investing enough to create this ecosystem and to get going? It's an open question to anyone. Because we often focus on the regulators are not doing this, and this is slow and that's slow. I'd like to get a different perspective from the industry side as well. I know Don and Stefan, you both have a point.
Yeah.
Either way, really.
I love the question.
But you do.
And I don't know if Maria is still connected, but she will applaud as well. So as regulators, thank you for that, because we are taking a lot of burdens, and EASA or the national authorities are always late to demanding, etc. So yes, and I hope that coming back from the weather information service discussion, there's nothing we can do without industry engagement. And here, yes, we need more. We need more. We need more on the EUROCAE. We need more on the other forums. And we need more proactiveness, let's say like that, in some members, not waiting the golden answer from EASA in AMC before to start working. So definitely we need more engagement and more collaboration to the various associations. So I also feedback that request to the association. Please join GUTMA, join AMI, join JEDA, be represented and be active in those work groups, because we are relying on a lot on the inputs they are providing. So my question as regulator, definitely yes, we need more engagement from the industry, and also to make sure that what we will do will be useful for you.
You know, I'll tell you that the FAA key site probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't the pressure from industry. You know, Wing and ANRA and the others, they put a lot of skin in the game. I remember the day it happened. You know, we're at the FAA symposium, and there was a lot of stuff going around about this key site, but it wouldn't have happened if Wing and ANRA and those companies didn't commit and say, we're going to make this happen. I'm confident of that. So I think, you can't expect that maybe, but that definitely was the factor. And they basically, ANRA and Wing put together the whole risk framework and brought it to the FAA, and they said, okay, we can live within this, but it wouldn't have happened the other way.
And also, I think with the industry participation, hopefully part of that industry participation will also be to get going on drone flights, because the regulators need the data. They need the data to prove this way or that way, but you need data to be able to prove things. And I think that'd be very helpful. So I think it looks like most of you are nodding to say that industry participation is necessary and it needs to be more here. Go on, Bob, and then we'll.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that. But just to be honest, I think EUROSpace is the leverage for that. If we have EUROSpace, then investors will say, okay, there is some sort of a legal framework we all agree on, and now we will invest. I think the risk of staying in the sandbox conditions and trying to do things, then we keep on doing experiments, and we should go to legislation. I follow Stefan on that.
Yeah, EUROSpace gives us that framework.
And we don't need EUROSpace all over Europe at one time. We can start with small use cases and then go from there and learn from each other. I think it's much more feasible than staying in the sandbox environment.
I think that's very well said. I'm just going to summarize the day in 2.5 minutes. Get my watch, and then we want to do one last poll, and that poll is going to be about where you think we should focus in future meetings, because you've been sending us emails on topics, but we'll run that poll in a minute. But let me just quickly try and go through the whole day with you in 2.45 minutes now. Today we've listened to topics that were related to continuation of policy. That's from Christine Berg. Let's continue. There's no need to change the course. And she wants to use this forum as a sounding board. So we have an opportunity to air our concerns, and for those concerns, and also for these opportunities to be taken up at policy level. Thankfully, we benefited from the lessons we've learned, or the Belgian colleagues have learned from implementing EUROSpace. A lot of those lessons were from the airspace risk assessment. And one of the things that they want more is they want more drone flight data. Because if you have more data, you would then be able to judge better on where you want to do. They've looked at many things, and they've got feedback from stakeholders that we highlighted in the afternoon about consideration for the nature and the wildlife, the actual priority frameworks, the law enforcement, and so on. We then have also looked at see how EUROSpace in countries is being done in phases, at least the first phase that you guys are working on in Belgium, which may not be the most complicated one. We start with something that is achievable, firstly, not within the controlled airspace, if you like, and then slowly move up, and which makes sense, there's no doubt. I think we've also looked at then, from the weather perspective, a lot of good ideas, and I think we've listened to experts from the weather panel, and whilst we have safety, which is embedded in our aviation community, really deep down, and there's no reason for us not to expect the same safety level in drones and EUROSpace. We should expect that. I think it is mandatory. We also need to then look at to see, it's the right balance, isn't it, between safety and the business economics of it. But I don't think one should give in to the other one. I think the two need to go in a way that we never lose our focus away from the safety. I think today we're not able to recognize, or we're not able to identify the weather data that's needed by the drone operators, but that's something that we need to work on as a team. We also then need to look at to see how the drone operators of what we're discussing today in non-use space world will transition into operating into the use space world, another topic that needs to be looked at. And famous words from Don, weather is more about science and not about engineering. I will always remember that one. I'll probably try to figure out what it means, but at least I'll remember it for now anyway. But moving on to aspects that we looked at on how to do in the weather and in doing it, I think time and again, most people said we need to look at it from a market-based perspective. Let's try and do things, try and find out what the markets need, try and find out what the drone operators need. And then we moved on to look at to see more from in a Q&A perspective. And Stefan, you highlighted very nicely how the rulemaking task will revise in future the AMCGM. We don't know the date yet, but there's an activity that's going to go on. We moved on to the ports to learn on why they're doing, why the heck are they even bothering about getting into using drones. And, you know, I have a dream, you had a dream in 2016, 17, and you translated that into practical needs to have drone operations and how USpace is going to enable. Likewise, for the Hamburg guys, as well as the Rotterdam guys. Now, one thing that came through, which I was very encouraged to hear from all three of you, was one aspect you said, and you were all uniform in the way you put it. And you said very early on in your journey, make sure you involve all your stakeholders. I think you used the term multidisciplinary engagement, but effectively that's what it means. Involve your stakeholders and shareholders as soon as possible, and you need to take them along as you go there. Now, you also looked at, you highlighted the need for change management. That's something we haven't discussed in the past, in previous meetings as well, is how you go from where you are today to the new one, what impact it would have on people, processes, your thinking, as such, and your policy making. It's quite interesting. And the other idea which I also like was it's evolution, not revolution. That you need to evolve slowly but surely. Look beyond airspace. That was quite interesting. Look beyond air and look beyond the business drivers and the use space, because I think it's a much bigger picture rather than just focusing on a few of those things. And equally, looking at the challenges Christian from Hamburg highlighted, amongst others, integrating use space in urban areas and integrating use space in legacy systems. That's a big one. That's a really big one, because that could be very costly and effort prone, if you like. That's something that came through very quickly. Public acceptance was very nicely highlighted by Franziska on how, at least as an example in Hamburg, they are bringing people in to the port of Hamburg and actually showing them what drones are doing to make them seeing, and seeing is believing, I've heard, and then influencing people to support the positive side of the drones. There's enough in the TV about the negative side of it, but certainly influencing the positive side. Joao, thank you for sharing with us the military dimension on how, based on the study that you guys have conducted with a contractor, the need and the way for military to take a role as a USSP, and it falls in very nicely into the EU Drone Strategy 2.0's objective of bringing civilian and military sectors together under one umbrella so that they can collaborate with each other. That's really good. And thank you, Tomasz, for sharing with us. I suppose this is the first time, at least here in Europe, that we've seen an index like that. There's a lot to read, because there's a lot you need to probably chew in there and find out how they did this and that. You may or may not agree with everything, but I don't think that report is really about nitpicking. It's more about the more subjective and overall nature of it as such. So I think from that point of view, I'd say we've looked at the whys, the what's and the hows today. I thank you all for your participation and interaction. But before you leave, I'd like very much for us to run a poll. And really, this poll is about you informing us, advising us, guiding us on where we should prepare, what topics we should prepare for future meetings. The next meeting, I must say, I should tell you now, will be held in Hamburg, and the Port of Hamburg, as well as the City of Hamburg, in fact, are the ones sponsoring it. It will be held on 25th of June, which I believe is a Wednesday, in a convention center in Hamburg. And so we thank them for agreeing to host. You will no doubt receive information from us about the details. But let's kick off this poll, please, if you wouldn't mind to give us your feedback. I'll let you do it for a minute, and then I think we'll just wrap up. Slido. Oh, QR code. Oh, that's a good point. Oh, here it is. You got it? Oh, there. I thought you were going to say that there are actually 101 people already using Slido, and therefore you can't get in. Okay. While you do that, I got some numbers from our colleagues who are sitting and watching and keeping an eye on the remote or live stream, and they've informed me that with a combination of YouTube and LinkedIn, at one point in time, the maximum we reached was 2,000. 2,000 people were watching us. It went up and down, of course, lunchtime break and all that and stuff, but that was the maximum. They didn't share with me the minimum, so I won't share with you. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting what's coming through. Yeah. Well, there's the big candidate right in the middle that you can't miss it. But there's competition. Let it run for 30 seconds more, and then I think we'll wrap it up. Basically, what you want us to do is to carry on working, really. If I look at the list over here, we'll never stop. We'll carry on working forever. But that's a good list. Good list. Someone has written CNS. I'd just like to tell you, on the 8th, 9th, and 10th of April in this room, and all throughout EUROCONTROL, we have a CNS conference ongoing here. That CNS conference has been always held in the United States. So this year is the first time it's actually being held here. And there are 6 tracks, and one of the tracks is just on UAVs and drones, or impact of CNS on UAVs and drones and UAS. So please go to our EUROCONTROL website and sign up for it. And that conference will last for 3 days. So they really are going to roll up their sleeves and go down into the technical nitty-gritties of the CNS. So if CNS is something you're interested in, please be here on those days. I think we'll probably stop here because the list looks pretty good. It's all in front of you, at least in front of me anyway. I don't think you guys can see it over there. We're going to take a look at this, write some notes about it, and share those with you. It's Friday evening. I think you've got to go where you are, and I hope you found this day useful. We'd like to carry on sharing lessons learned with you, and we really look for your contribution, your interaction. That's where we benefit most from. I thank you all very much, all the speakers, moderators, and all of you. Have a very pleasant evening and a great weekend.